Yo, 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 yo. Alright. I've been feverishly scratching my neck while clicking refresh for the 30 minutes. That's funny. Come on, baby. Got any more of them scary stories? I've been feverishly scratching my throat. I don't know what happened, but last night I started getting a bit of a itchy throat, and I salt water gargled and just like really cleaned out the oral and took some stuff for the immune system, and then had a nice long sleep. But I don't know, it definitely felt better when I woke up, but now, like, as the day has gone on, I've definitely just feels odd back there. And so if you guys have any suggestions for how to, like, avoid getting sick, I'm coming across the inspo saying liked by Let's Read. Yeah, I spent a lot of time doom scrolling. Jacob, welcome back for 42 months to Side Joe. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. I just burned out from working 30 hours last. Thankfully, I have 3 weeks off to relax. Last, 2 days or something? Yeah, I don't know. For a while there was like, wow, I haven't been sick, and I've been hearing about other people getting sick, and I've avoided it. But then, of course, maybe I'll be able to avoid it. I don't know. Guava juice. Yesterday I waited until for you to go live 1 a.m. Realized that yesterday was only Tuesday. Damn, I'm sorry, dude. Zinc. Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. I forgot the zinc lozenges. I heard those were really good. Damn, dude. I don't even know if I have any zinc, I took some other immune booster stuff, but shit. Get the flu shot. Yeah, if I could get a flu and COVID shot, that should prevent a lot. Eat beets makes you strong. Yeah, I'm also just didn't eat anything today either, just to see if maybe fasting is needed to just reset a little bit. I do feel a little bit better after I do that. Some guy's milkshakes that bring you to his yard will get you sick. It's true. It's so hard not to be tempted by his milkshake. His or her milkshake. Their gender-neutral milkshake. I grew up drinking a home remedy called La Bamba. Did they ever tell you what was inside of that La Bamba? La Bamba clot? It was goat's blood. Galactic Bitch, welcome back for 27 months. Has just packed a bowl and ready to get spooked. Hope you're feeling better. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Galactic. Yeah, hopefully, if things don't progress, I should be good. It's just always like such a crapshoot when you wake up the next day. You're like, can I swallow? Oh, I'm good. Okay, nice. I've survived another day. Just wanted to say your channel has gotten me through some hard times. Been with you for years. This is best channel, Scary Stories. Thank you, Jeremy. Good to see you. My humors are unbalanced. I've got too much goop. Too much goop floating around in there. What's up, Alyssa? Yeah, I'm a swallower. I should have been spitting the whole time. Yeah, La Bamba, the bomb. Has aloe, garlic, red onions, radish, and honey. Sounds worse than what it tastes like. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, honestly. I'd love to sip on that right now. Zam. I got bitten by 2 ticks today, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, ticks have been bad. We gotta go to their home at Lime Island and take them out. Wonder if there's actually any scientific way in which to completely eradicate the Lyme's disease carrying deer ticks. I feel like you would almost have to infect deer with some type of antibody that kills them when they bite. or something like that. It, like, targets something specific in their saliva, the ones that have it, and then it just kills that part of the tick population. What's up, Jawad? Jawad. Anything else new going on? Did you guys hear that they might... Didn't they say they were... Let's look it up. Is Ghislaine Maxwell walking free? You like the music? Yeah, dude. You can't go wrong with liquid DMB. With the Lyme's disease affect the deer meat? Oh, that's a good question. If you, like, eat it, do you get limes from eating their meat? Okay, current status. Transfer to a low security. No. No. Look up. There's been... God, I hate that AI is like always behind. There's been updates today. A man of culture. Her lawyer explicitly denied that Maxwell has been granted work release privileges that would allow her to leave the facility for assignments. The allegation, sparked by a podcast post referencing custody-level documents, was labeled as unverified rumor. A fact-checking authority examined the claim and noted that while the custody levels she holds at a minimum security prison camp may theoretically permit work release, there is no verified confirmation that she has in fact been allowed to leave. Was Diddy also free? Let's look that up. I don't know, it's really strange, man. It genuinely just seems like there's no... Seems like there's been no justice for really anything. What's the official status on the diddler? Mr. Ballin Lyme's disease and bees before he sold out and flooded the stream with AI. What do you mean? You saying he uses AI on his projects? I don't think he does. I'm not AI, at least on the History Podcast. I'm lay human. Made diet of cider, ice cream, microwave, kebab meat, chocolate, crisps, etc. in the 30 UK heat have been absolutely terrible today, and my farts have been powerful and brutal. Sounds like a perfect world, honestly. When no one can even get near you because you're a moving hazardous waste. Not a waste, but you get the idea. Convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Mann Act violations with jury verdict delivered July 2nd, 2025. He was acquitted of the more serious charges of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Remains detained at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. His bail requests were denied, citing concerns about domestic violence history. Sentencing is scheduled October 3rd, 2025. The prosecution suggests a sentence range of approximately 51 to 63 months, which while the defense is pursuing alternatives. Motion for new trial filed by legal team. Alright, wow. How far is 51 months? That's like 5 years, right? A little over 5 years. Or maybe 4 and some. That's crazy, honestly. What's up, Lear? What's happening to the rabbits in Colorado? Let's look that up. What's happening to the rabbits in Colorado? Rabbits, Colorado, Rule 34. Yeah, he does. I know you're not, but his notifications pop up 20 times a day, all AI. Sorry, what notifications? Like for social media or like YouTube? I'm sorry, I'm just confused. What you mean when you say notifications? Because I'm fairly certain everything he produces that involves him on his platforms are all just like clips of his normal stuff. What's up, Lucy? The bones in my left hand hurt and I don't know why. Maybe you were playing too many video games or something. Sometimes when if you're say you're right-handed with a mouse, but then you're left-handed with a WASD, and you don't have like a pad or whatever, it can cause some issues for like carpal tunnel symptoms and stuff. Alright, so wild cottontail rabbits in Fort Collins, Colorado have been spotted bearing odd growths, wart-like protrusions that resemble horns or tentacles sprouting from their heads. Oh shit. These unsettling visuals have caught public attention and sparked viral reactions. What's causing the growths? Shope papillomavirus, also known as cottontail rabbit papillomavirus, is responsible. It's a naturally occurring virus that causes benign wart-like tumors on rabbits, often around their heads. This virus was first identified in the 1930s by Dr. Richard E. Shope and has influenced folklore, quite possibly inspiring the mythical jackalope. Interesting. Transmission is primarily via fleas and ticks during the warmer months. Are these rabbits dangerous? No threat to people or pets. The virus only affects rabbits. Okay. I missed your birthday, Cindy. Happy birthday, dude. How was it? Oh, you like drum and bass music? I do, dude. It's awesome. I don't know. It's like this mix of like going fast, but you're going slow at the same time. You're basically in some like futuristic car, just absolutely blazing on the highway. Controlled on the inside, chaos on the out. It's probably from drawing stuff and use my left hand to hold the paper. Yeah, usually any sort of prolonged period of like just tension, especially in your like carpal tunnels, which is like your finger bones, I think, can cause just, you know, those carpal tunnel symptoms. So definitely take time to take a break and stretch your hands if you can, just so you don't have, you know, prolonged feelings like that. Hey Joe, if you had to take GHB, would you take it from Ghislaine, aka Big G, or from Diddy, aka Big D? Oh shit. It's hard to say which operation I would trust in that scenario. Honestly, I don't think I would want to be around any Diddy party, especially as a new and burgeoning music artist such as myself. Joel Bieber. Favorite drum and bass artist? Honestly, I have no idea. I just listen to the mixes on YouTube, and I'm like clueless to like any of the specific artist names, which is kind of bad, but I kind of just look at it as like an amalgamation of the same sound over and over again. David, thank you for the one, if I didn't say it already. Yeah, let's all just avoid Diddy at all costs. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I just feel like the veil is starting to like fall in the governmental side of things, and it's a little bit demoralizing realizing that like not much you can do about it, I guess. Vent Kaczynski with the 5 says, had my first date with a beautiful lady I've been talking to for a couple of years today. Oh wow, nice. That's awesome. Like you guys were like long distance and finally got to convene. Congratulations. Thank you for the 5. What's up, Jorge? As someone who was in the medical profession, would you recommend Afterbite for vampire bites? Well, I don't know what Afterbite is. Is that a cologne? What is Afterbite? What's up, MM? Afterbite is an over-the-counter topical treatment meant to relieve itching and irritation from insect bites and stings. Yeah, I imagine a vampire bite might get pretty stingy. A bit itchy. Alright guys, but thanks for being here. Click that like button, click share if you can. We're gonna be reading some stories about foreign vacations. If we can think of a better title than that, let me know. I'm honestly not really sure what to use for the title. But basically it's stories about people going on vacation in distant lands. There's also a new Saturn Soul video, which I will, if you guys aren't familiar with that, that's my true crime channel. I'm going to go ahead and just link that, pin that in the chat. Yeah, Vacations Abroad might be the title, honestly. New true crime video. I'm going to pin that shit for you. All right, I just had to record some background noise. Thanks for being here again, guys. Appreciate you. How many stories we got tonight? I'll have to check as we go. You love the latest episode? Nice, thank you. Yeah, it was an interesting one. It was actually the first video we edited, but we decided to not do the Salish Sea one quite yet because it wasn't necessarily like a direct true crime thing as much as it is just kind of like a mystery. But I still think it is a cool video. So, remind me, I gotta promo it here. Actually, let me real quick. Just so I don't forget, I need some like background music for the promo. Sorry. All right, then we'll kick this off. Didn't join him. I'm talking to my aunt through the phone. Oh, why is that sad? Is that a sad thing? About to drift off sleep with my baby girl. Listen, hope everyone has a wonderful night. Thanks, Emily. Good to see you. All right. My name is Joseph, and I'm from Austria. Many years ago, I went on a long-awaited dream holiday to Paris, France. I had always wanted to see the Eiffel Tower, walk along the Rue des Faubourgs. I don't know how to say this place. So weird, like to use Forvo lately, I gotta go into incognito mode or it like won't open. Anybody know why that is? Rue du Faubourg. Some people record it. The more you learn of this country's history, less faith you have in it. I mean, I guess it's like every country, honestly. It's just, I mean, really the only reason everything stands upright, in my opinion, for the most part, is just like strong military, strong, financial presence, strong control of trade through that military. And essentially we get to like live in Elysium while like every other country is kept in like a perpetual state of like destabilization. But I guess because those same sort of variables could be applied here at any moment, that's kind of like what gets scary. I mean, really the only thing I can imagine the entire country sort of imploding upon itself related to is, at least in the United States I'm talking about, is mainly just financial. Also, how the hell do you say this place? David, thank you for the one. And there's Derek. What's up, Derek? Rue du Faubourg. Been listening to your podcast non-stop on that podcast. It really helps me sleep. Nice, Kai. Thank you. Appreciate you listening. Rue du Faubourg. Misinformation and news was saying they kept these people from being saved for almost a week because of a false claim of criminal activity. What are you talking about? I had always wanted to see the Eiffel Tower, walk along the Rue de Faubourg Saint-Honor, explore the catacombs, and visit Notre Dame Cathedral. It's such a tragedy what happened to that. But I finally saved up enough money to take the time off from my job as a chef and surprise my girl with a trip to the city of love. We drove there from our home country of Austria and had a nice road trip on the way, staying at various locations and making many happy memories. Then we reached Gay Paris. Gay Paris? Is that like a thing, calling it Gay Paris? Is a nickname for Paris, France. Traditionally refers to the city's lively and cheerful atmosphere, particularly in past. The play on words as gay historically mean happy. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's funny. In the immediate aftermath in New Orleans. Oh, you're talking about Katrina. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was when I was substantially younger, and I would, you're so disconnected from it, and you're not really interested in the news when you're a kid. At least I wasn't back then. Hey, Gage, love you too, bro. Good to see you. Thank you. Then we reached Gay Paris. It really was the most romantic city. We dined under the shadow of the Eiffel Tower and the twinkling city lights. We took walks along the Seine. I forget how you say this place. The Seine. I remember it was in Battlefield 3. This river. The river Seine? Seine. Oh, the river Seine. You need to say it Gay Paris. Oh, okay. The river Seine. Okay. Seine. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll do that again. Then we reached Gay Paris. It really was the most romantic city. We dined under the shadow of the Eiffel Tower and the twinkling city lights. We took long walks along the Seine and made love in our hotel room with the windows open to the late-night city. Apologies if this is not appropriate to share, but we Europeans are just sort of a free people who are not ashamed of our love for beautiful women. It was perhaps our 4th day in Paris, when myself and my lover Amelia were seated in a cafe awaiting our latest delectable taste of French cuisine. I had parked our car on the street outside. There was a parking space next to it, and I thought nothing of it, as the average car would be able to fit in there. A man came driving along and idled beside the space. The movement caught my eye, and I watched him with some curiosity, as I am always interested to see how other people maneuver into parking spaces. I forget the brand of car that this man had, but it was clearly too big for him. He did not possess the necessary skill to navigate into the parking space, and instead of giving up and moving on, however, he began to use his vehicle to sort of shunt the cars on either side of the space in order to widen the gap. My car included, of course, here. Shunting a parked car like this can shatter the... Let me read that again. Oh my gosh, Rick Campbell, thank you for the big 20. Says, I have a bad connection and I may not be able to hang on the entire time. These live shows are the best. Thanks, dude. Is anyone else having any connection issues? He never been less interested than seeing somebody else's parking method. That's funny. I guess if you have one figured out, then you don't really need to worry about it too much. You did not care for Paris? Yeah, when did you go, Sinomi? Smelled like pee because you had to pay to use public restrooms. So a lot of people pee on the street. Oh, that's gross. Everywhere you go, piss in the street. That's weird. Wonder why they make people pay for it. Instead of giving up and moving on, however, he began to use his vehicle to shunt the cars on either side of the space in order to widen the gap. My car included, of course. Shunting a parked car like this can shatter the steering column or the axles, and this absolute Oslock. What the fuck is this word? Gay Paris. The gayest Paris. Shunt. Oslo. Wait. Oslock? Paid restrooms just so the restrooms aren't spray painted and in bad shape. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Oslock. Wonder what that is. Oslock. What is Oslock? We're always learning something here. Oslock is a vulgar term in Bavarian German. It translates to arsehole, asshole. Oh, okay, nice. I mean, I guess, yeah, around here, restrooms might get tagged or whatever. But I guess it's better than, like, the rest of the outside smelling like shit or piss. Or even having shit or piss anywhere near. What's up, Mira? You went in high school, lived in France for a month, and it was really cool. Oh, okay, nice. That's awesome. Remember, don't shunt me in Gay Paris. Shunting a parked car like that can shatter the steering column or the axles, and this absolute Oslock was going hog wild doing it to my car and that of the hapless stranger parked adjacent to me. Naturally, I rushed out of the cafe and into the street. I yelled at him, in German, forgetting myself for a moment, and he pulled his car to a stop, pushed against mine, and climbed out. This man was a burly, dirty-looking dock worker type who fit every stereotype of the rough and vulgar Frenchman that I'd ever seen growing up. Nothing like the actual people I'd encountered in Paris thus far, I might add. I could tell that he didn't understand a word that I was saying to him in German, but my French is pretty merda, so I tried English. I told him that he would damage my car and the neighboring car and his own car too, and to stop being a dep and go and park somewhere else if he wasn't able to fit his stupid vehicle in the space. And the man called me a filthy Spanish pig, and then told me to go back to Spain. I raised an eyebrow at him and called him a slur that I probably shouldn't have said, a very rude word in Austrian that sounds a little like foot but means something very different. And this was a big mistake because apparently he understood enough to know what I was insulting him with. And this burly man almost leaped over the hood of his car and came running towards me. He jabbed one huge finger right into my chest, almost knocking me backwards as he did so. I really hoped that Amelia would stay in the cafe and not draw attention to the fact that she was with me. Now this road rage Frenchman began to yell at me, and spit was flying from his lips. Now in English, I asked him to politely back off, but instead, he grabbed me and pushed me up against the wall. He put one fist next to my head in a clearly threatening gesture and began screaming right into my face. And in that moment, I understood why they become road rage. Gigs, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Funny enough, nowhere near LA, California, Pacific, finally watched this. Oh, sorry, reading your personal conversations. In that moment, I understood why they become road rage incidents, because I felt the anger burning inside me too. How dare this boorish man yell at me and get spit in my face? I was a visitor to his city. Besides, he was the one who had repeatedly shunted that car like some moronic bull. So I said this to him, trying my best to seem angry. Yo, Gage Mazo with a big 20 says, here's a 20 to keep the stories coming. I wouldn't be able to sleep without your stories. You help people more than you know, Joe. Thank you, Gage. Appreciate you, dude. I'm glad you can get some sleep. It's the only thing that heals us, and makes our mind right, you know? Gotta get it where you can. Sometimes I, like, really do wonder, like, how fucked up I would be in the first, like, you know, couple years of having children. Like, if I just, like, because I hear it's, like, nonstop, no sleep or whatever. I feel like I would go a little nutso-butso. How are you? I've been waiting for your live tonight. Thank you, Gabriella. Doing good, honestly. Just cruising. Did some worked on a little bit of the history podcast before this to get a little bit of ahead. Get a little head. What am I trying to say? Get ahead a little. Gage Mazo, welcome to the Buttersock cult as well. Thank you, friend. I like Montpellier in France. It was a while ago, but that was my fave because it was on the Mediterranean and the city was pretty and the people were really sweet. Oh, nice. Okay. No Sleep Radio 24/7. Oh, yeah. I am also in some new episodes of the No Sleep podcast as well. I really do need to promo that more often as well on my uploads, or at least on the community posts, because it's quite a few projects at one time. It's like, how do you keep up with all, like, the promotions? So I said this to him, trying my best to seem angry and threatening, and then shoved him backwards to get him off of me. Now this was a huge mistake. The Frenchman barely budged, and then sneered at me and started laughing. He drew his fist back, ready to clock me in the jaw. I ducked, and then he punched the granite wall behind me. Now, no sooner had he started to howl that I delivered a kick to his nether regions and ducked under his arm. Now, I should have kicked him harder because it did almost nothing to slow this enraged. Now, I probably should have kicked him harder because it did absolutely nothing to slow the enraged Frenchman driver down. He reached out to grab me, and I could see actual murder in his eyes. He was snarling and frothing like some kind of drunken animal, and I'm sure he was indeed plastered even though it was only 3 in the afternoon. My moment of confidence was over. I bolted, running from that angry driver down the street calling for help. Paris, which had once seemed such a romantic and wonderful place, now seemed hostile and uninviting to me. Passers-by looked on with just blank dismissal as I thundered down the sidewalk, my lumbering aggressor behind me. Thankfully, I was fitter, healthier, and smarter than him, and I darted through the crowd and then across a courtyard and eventually found myself looking at the Louvre Pyramid. Hey, let's read person. I have a question for you. Sure, dude. Ask anything you would like. Let's read person. Thank you. That's my new name now. Oh yeah, what was it doing? Yo. Jeremy Ellis, what's up, Boski? Am I able to be here when I am 13? I don't know. That's up to YouTube. I saw that they were trying to implement some degree of, like, I don't know, keeping people in certain age groups off of mature content. Though I would say, like, I would honestly say most of my content is, like, PG-13 as far as, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like watching a Marvel movie. Like, I don't really say the F word. It's not, there's really not, like, any, like, gratuitous language. I mean, sometimes during my streams I say bad words, which is probably not ideal, you know what I mean? But especially within the normal videos, those are pretty conventional, I would say, just kind of like, and especially since it's not like visual, it's all just like you have to imagine it in your mind. I feel like that in and of itself, even if it is true crime, should still be like PG-13 or whatever. It's not like the Marvel movie at all. You're saying that there's no Iron Man or Khajiit? I actually don't remember what the other guy's name is. Yeah, there's some gay jokes, which, yeah, PG 24/7, yeah. PG89. You gotta give your ID. Database hackers licking their fingers right now. I know, it's so stupid. Like, it genuinely... The worst part about... And I think they're doing it through third-party systems, too. All these, giving your driver's license to these companies to sign in. Because initially it's like Protect the Puppies and Children Act, right? Which it starts off that way, but then how does that translate over to Spotify? You know what I'm saying? And who gives a shit? Like, genuinely, who gives a shit? Like, and the worst part is it all stemmed from the fucking British government. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Everything censorious and shitty always fucking comes from the UK anymore. And it's so annoying. I'm so fucking sick of the UK always having this, like, unified vision and how they want to control people's lives all the fucking time under some auspice of, like, it's for the greater good. This is for the greater good that we decided. And also, lets us track your identity and what you do on the internet and all this kind of shit. So stupid, bro. How to come up with the name Let's Read. It was really just a play on the idea of, like, Let's Plays. You know what I'm saying? And I just thought, like, that's what I do. I was just curious because some people with green on their name say I shouldn't be here because of my age. Oh, it's up to you, broski. I mean, I wouldn't, like, don't be trading any social media with anybody, you know what I mean? Like, just keep to yourself and enjoy your, I mean, maybe you can ask your parents if that's, like, a big deal in your household. I'm not your parent, bro. Just to clarify. Okay. What was I even looking up? How to say a word.
How to say a bad word. It was a word you probably shouldn't be saying or hearing. If it's PG-13, it doesn't belong. It doesn't belong.
What's up, Beth? I was doing black magic at 8, like, who cares? Right. That's Louvre. Okay, so it is Louvre. 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 Gay Paris. Okay, here we go. What's up, Quill? I darted through a crowd, then across a courtyard, and eventually found myself looking at the Louvre Pyramid. An art gallery and museum seemed like the perfect place to lose a man such as this, so I darted past the glass structure, ducked into a building, and quickly found a public toilet. I hid in there and called Amelia on my cell and asked her to keep an eye out for the guy. She told me I was curious, he, like, just abandoned his girlfriend. She told me he kidnapped her. Joe, when did you start recording, my man? Like, tonight? Tonight, it was about 40 minutes ago I started recording, or started streaming. Otherwise, the channel itself began in the year 2014. Wait a second. Holy crap, guys. It's so funny you bring that up. I don't know if it still shows on YouTube or not. Oh, okay. So I joined YouTube August 16th, 2014. So this Saturday... Wow. Will that be 11 years? Am I doing my math right? 11 years starting. What's up, Roach? That's crazy. That's crazy. 11 years. That's insane. Dude, time goes by so fast. It's fucking bonkers. It's like not even fair. Sometimes you look at yourself and you're like, what the fuck? What the hell is even that? I can't tell you how many, like, geriatric patients I've had where they... it's so funny yet so sad, and you don't really process it when you are younger, But just like you have to like walk them to the bathroom, you know, blind them with like a light into where they're going to the bathroom, and then they just look at themselves in the mirror and they just go, "Who the hell is that?" I'm like, that, you know, of course, some like loud, annoying, stupid nurse, aka myself, is like, "That's you, sir." Do you ever notice that? Like every nurse is always like, "That's you." They have to like scream like the person's slow or something. "Everything's perfect in my life at home with my cop husband. Sucks to be you, where you're literally melting." Am I talking about you? No. I'm talking about old. Geriatric means old. You holding your dog up to the mirror. That's you. What kind of nurse did you go to school? I was, worked in like surgeries and post-surgeries. But it was also like a mixed floor, so you could also just get like really fucking shitty patients that stayed there forever too. I was a nurse for goddamn 6 plus years. She told me she was still in the cafe and that the police had been called and the man's car was being clamped and towed. I stayed in the line with her as she described the next scene. The angry driver returned to his car and saw officers milling around the vehicle, and I suppose in his drunken stupor he mistook one of the officers for me and began to grab him, and then got forcibly thrown to the ground and subdued with batons. Amelia described it all to me as I'd cowered in that Amelia described it to me as I cowered in the bathroom, and I have never been more grateful in my life to miss out on something. The man and his car were carted away, and I have no idea what became of him, and I really don't care to know. Thankfully, our car was undamaged and we enjoyed the rest of our trip to Paris, but I have never trusted French drivers to park their cars properly to this day. What made me leave nursing? YouTube. Once YouTube took off and I was like making, you know, more than I was being a nurse, I was like, well, fuck this job, this sucks. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need this crap. Literally. Beck Johnson, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. You're finishing your political science degree. Nice, dude. Now you must go work at the Vatican and join the Jesuit movement. We have infiltrated. Oh, man. French police actually doing something. The story's fake for sure. Right? Are you from France? Hey, Mork. Good to see you. Did I see Ronaldo's engagement ring? No. Let's look at it. I figured he'd already be like married. Hasn't he been married forever? Oh, it's a big old rock. It's like a Super Bowl ring. Holy shit. Who cares, man? He can get married and get divorced like all the rest of them. They better have a pretty sick prenup, though. Do I still have active stalkers? Did that one crazy one chill out? I think all is silent on the Eastern Front, but who fucking knows anymore? People are crazy. People are just mentally ill. I don't know. It really wasn't until I like experienced working within the realm of the online space that I realized how many like mentally ill people exist. How's it being back in the land of America? Back in it? Are you talking to somebody else? He has a bunch of kids with her. Oh, okay, I mean, wonder why it took them that long to get married. You have a stalker. I just had like various crazy weirdos in the past. That's whatever. I mean, until it manifests into anything, it technically is like nothing. It's just spooks you a little bit, you know what I mean? There aren't enough resources. Yeah, we don't have enough padded rooms. That's what we need more of. Obama. Do you think World War III is going to happen soon? I don't know, man. I mean, I think they've done a decent job of averting it, but at the same time, I feel like if it does occur, it's just going to be... I don't know. I feel like the only thing that would make sense to me now to really basically topple the United States is, one, probably a direct involvement with like Iran. And at that point, maybe we're so spread so thin in a more direct conflict that then that would be an opportunistic chance for like maybe China to deactivate our grid system or our power system and basically just completely lock us out of like the world's market in like a weird way. And who knows, that'd be crazy if like a blackout in the United States lasted for years at a time, because how do you even recover from that? That's like such a degree of destabilization that, I don't know, I guess the world would just move on without us. I also still am curious to what extent those like, remember those drones over Jersey? Drones over Jersey. Yeah. The drones over Jersey, people said that they were like anti-gravity or like they basically didn't run on fuel. It was like working against the friction of the air or something, and like not really needing to go back and charge for like long periods of time. And I've heard people say that some of those drones may have been, or like that they were Chinese, I guess, and that we were like the entirety of the United States was surrounded by said Chinese drones or something. The drones, and don't forget the weather balloon that sailed across half the country and turned out to be a Chinese spy balloon. Right, yeah, who knows to what extent, like, futuristic technology we just don't see that could be, like, used against us at any moment. I do remember, like, hearing also that some of, like, the back-end technology within some of the grid systems and the grid technology could be accessible through Chinese hacking as well, so... I don't know. It would be kind of lame to sort of like take down the United States in like one fell swoop, but at the same time, there's so many sadistic people with like a view of the future that just doesn't really involve us anymore. That they would sacrifice, I guess, the overall economic health of the entire world just to be at the top, you know? And that's how that kind of translates to everything. Like, people would rather drag you down to their level of squalor than ever, allow you to continue to reign. Follow the money. There will not be any World War III. Yeah, what's your perspective? Do you think it will pan out in a different manner? Alright, anyways, sorry. We'll do what we'll do. We'll keep going. You can keep talking. A few years ago, I went on holiday from the... I read that wrong. A few years ago, I went on vacation from the States to Eastern Europe. Now, I don't want to say exactly which country I went to, because it was most definitely wonderful, and I don't want to give it a bad name. I did a lot of traveling around the country, and while most of the places I visited were great, with awesome people and some pretty sick food, just an awesome time in general, there were a couple of joints that were absolutely seedy as hell. Now, one of them was a town that I'll just call Hellville. I stayed here for a week when I was backpacking. I was meeting a female friend a week later and planned to spend a bunch of time with her, so for now I was just kind of kicking back and exploring this little town of Hellville that I found en route to... Jesus Christ. World War III has been playing out for a long time through proxy wars. Yeah, I guess so. I guess you would have to maybe come up with like a definition of what you exactly mean by World War III. I guess just in general, like most people would sit there and be like, well, anything that affects the United States in a grander scheme, you know, or whenever the news eventually tells it, like gives it a label or something. As soon as the news gives it some type of label that's genuinely filled with fearful, you know, perspectives, that's when I guess you might have to be concerned. What's up, Pete? Everything goes back to money, everything. It's true. It is kind of strange to sit there and think when you contemplate like war. Like war is like a logistics game most of the time. It comes from funding, indirect funding. You know, it's usually just all about resources and like, do you have enough resources to get through said conflict? And I just find it really abstract and strange that there are entities outside of the nations themselves that provide said resources. And yet for some reason they never seem to receive any sort of blame for perpetuating said conflicts at the expense of millions of lives. It's all very odd and weird. I'm not trying to, but I do sound corny. I was also an intelligence analyst nurse for the U.S. Army, 14 to 21, and I first listened to Corpse Husband, Mr. Nightmare, and Let's Read the Greats. Oh, sorry, did you say something else before that I missed? Sorry, I think I missed your previous message. I'm not sure where to see it. Your live reads keep us, a lot of us, grounded. Oh, yeah, no worries. It's good to stay grounded because, you know, unfortunately we can't fly. At least yet. One of them was a town I'll just call Hellville. I stayed here for a week when I was backpacking, and I was meeting a female friend a week later and planned to spend a bunch of time with her. So for now, I was just kicking back and exploring this little town of Hellville that I found en route to her digs. I could tell that it was a sketchy place as soon as I hopped off the bus into town. It had a vibe kind of like Eli Roth's Hostel, and my dumb self found that pretty exciting. I joked the whole time before my vacation that I was going to stumble across some backwoods village where the locals kidnap tourists for the Oh my gosh. Favorite comedian deleted your comment? I don't see. I don't see anything popped up here as deleted. Maybe it's like an auto filter or something. I don't know. No, I just timed that guy out because it was like I saw somebody asking him about Roblox, and I'm like, all right, guys, don't talk to him. I mean, you can talk to him, but I don't know. I just don't. The last thing I would want in any of these chats is like anybody to like exchange like socials and that kind of thing, because that's where it gets a little odd. And I'm not saying that that's happened, but sometimes I'm just like, maybe it's better to just cover bases of not, you know what I mean, not engaging with the person. You get the idea. It's mainly just for the wow, I just committed the British Protect the Puppies and Children Act in real time. No, it's whatever. I joked the whole time. I hate Roblox. I joked the whole time before my vacation that I was going to stumble across some backwoods village where the locals kidnap tourists for the entertainment of rich sickos, and I was almost excited by the fact that this place looked like it had potential. Yes, I know that I was, and am, an idiot. The first night, I got way too drunk in the local Hellville dive bar and almost got into a fight with a Chechnyan ex-military guy until we realized it was a big misunderstanding and ended up dancing and singing through the streets. Matthias became Matthias. Been with you for 8 to 9 years. I listen to every video you post. I love your voice. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate you. I guess I'll unsubscribe. It wasn't coming at you, buddy. It was just, I see like one interaction that seems a little odd, and I'm like, nothing against you, I promise. Wart. Matthias became a good buddy then, and we exchanged cell phone numbers. He was backpacking through Europe too, and in our drunken stupor, we worked out that our routes would intersect and a bunch more. He was backpacking through Europe too, and in our drunken stupor, we worked out that our routes would intersect a bunch more times, so we should look each other up. Feeling good for making a new friend, especially a badass Czech former soldier, I collapsed into bed into my hostel, being snapped at okay. Can't believe tomorrow's Friday. Is it? Oh yeah, I guess we are into... Oh no, it's not. Today's still Wednesday. Tomorrow will be Thursday. But I guess if you're already in the future, then tomorrow would be Friday for you. Feeling good for making a new friend, especially a badass Czech former soldier, I collapsed into bed in my hostel, being snapped at to shut the F up by more than one angry traveler. The next day, I went exploring Hellville. There wasn't really much to explore, just a few unhygienic-looking bars and cafes, a central square with an honest-to-God village well in it. Oh, Jesus fuck, I can't read. I have to break the sentence up into individual sentences to understand what the hell I'm looking at. Today is in fact Wednesday, that's why I can't believe that tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, that we're just gonna skip. We're just gonna skip it. Mouse keeps trying to eat your cookies, what do? Give him well, I think we all know what happens when you give a mouse a cookie. There wasn't really much to explore, just a few unhygienic-looking bars and cafes, a central square with an honest-to-God village well in it, which I was certain would give me cholera, and then a bunch of farmland. I took a stroll through the countryside to see if I could find any of those classic European milkmaids hard at work in the fields. Sadly not, but I did spy a few gruff-looking farmers and a group of teens in tracksuits that I didn't really like the look of. They were sitting on a fence, chattering in their language, and I could tell that they were talking about me because they were pointing at me and then whispering to each other and laughing. Despite being my arrogant self, I decided to make like a tree and split. I tried to look as casual as possible, but quickly broke into a jog. Now my heart sank as I heard footsteps and the sound of teenage voices behind me. A couple of them sprinted ahead to catch up with me and stood blocking my route back into town. There must have been 5 or 6 guys in total, 4 eventually facing me, and then 2 big meatheads. 2 big pieces of meat. Fart in a bag and put it over my head. Guys, these demands are getting ridiculous. I said I took requests on OnlyFans, but not like this. That would be really funny if OnlyFans girls, instead of doing the bath water in a jar or whatever, they started doing farts in a bag. Make my dear clap. Message retracted. I wonder how, if you do make an OnlyFans, like how does one promote that? You know what I'm saying? Like what is that whole process involved? Because I assume you're not allowed to promote it on YouTube, right? That's like one of their rules, no promoting of only farts. They come out on YouTube videos with 3 exactly, I'll just become one of them, but like legitimate. I'll start to blend in. Joel is just curious. You sell your thongs, but that's it. You buy them and you're like, fuck, I gotta wear this thing in. Otherwise they can tell. Plenty of gay men on OnlyFans backup career. That's true. I have known some dudes that have been on there and really like made a decent amount of money just from essentially never posting or whatever on there. Seen people promote on OnlyFans. Oh, okay. I thought there was like some rule that you couldn't talk about like your specific one or basically guide people there, whatever. You link your Instagram here and then link it there. Oh, okay. So it's like a multi-step get to your link tree type thing. Man, that'd be so awkward, but I guess, you know, there's options in life. You can just eventually just sell yourself. Roki, oh shit, it's Roki. What's up, bro? With the 10 out of nowhere. Just, yeah, Hawk, just don't even worry about it. Don't engage, you know? Like, there's really no need to, like, create conflict in there, you know what I'm saying? Thank you for the 10 gifters to Andreas P., Ella Dolan, Connor Owens, Double Agent X1, Brianna, Boo-Boo-Man, Alamo, The Black Parade, Cupcake Celeste, Jim Kramer, PT Super, welcome friends, thank you, Roki. You guys now have access to bonus content. There must have been 5 or 6 guys in total. 4 eventually facing me and then 2 big meatheads blocking off the return path. One of them pointed to my shoes and said something about sneakers, and I didn't understand for a moment, and then he muttered something about Nikes. Oops. I read that out of order, dyslexia style. Read it all ooh-woo, ooh-woo. My throat's already sore from whatever the fuck's back there. One of them pointed to my shoes and said something about trainers. I didn't understand for a moment, and then he muttered something about Nikes and then sneakers. I remembered Europeans called sneakers trainers, I think, and realized that he was saying that he liked my Nike. I remembered Europeans referred to sneakers as trainers, and then realized that he was saying that he liked my Nikes. I said back, yeah, that they were nice sneakers, but very cheap ones. Now this was true, they were probably only $100, nothing to get excited about, and this caused these teens to start laughing cruelly, and then the obvious ringleader pointed at my shoes again, and crowd that... What? I don't know, I don't even know. Just move on, guys. It does not fucking matter, literally at all. This caused the teens to start laughing cruelly, and then the obvious ringleader pointed at my shoes again and referenced that damn Daniel meme from years ago. I politely just laughed, and he began to shove me, saying something in his language. I politely laughed and he began to shove me, saying something in his language that I didn't understand. I could tell from his body language that he was asking why I was laughing at him though, which I'm sorry, but I thought that that's what you're supposed to do when someone says a meme, even if it's an ancient dead one. I had no idea how to convey it to this guy though, who clearly just wanted to start trouble with me. His buddy, a fat pig-looking guy with a Michael Cera bum-fluff mustache, also pointed at my shoes and told me to take them off in some broken English. Now, under no circumstances was I gonna give these a-holes my sneakers. They might have been cheap Nikes, but they were mine, and they served me pretty well on my backpacking trip so far. I told them to F off and then realized that this might not be a good idea when there were about 6 of them. Platform-only haters. That's me, every day. And I'm just hating on everything. Oh yeah, are there any movies about OnlyFans chicks, or like some sort of OnlyFans parallel? Oh wait, and it's a horror movie about a girl that doesn't understand why she's only a fan and not her boyfriend. She just keeps paying his bills. Have I ever worn a Speedo? You know, I've worn some pretty tight whitey tighties before, but never gone full Speedo out in public. I don't think I have that degree of look at me energy about me. I told them to F off, and then realized that this might not be a good idea when there were 6 of them and 1 of me. I turned to leave and realized that one of the bigger guys blocking my path was actually carrying a knife. Now, it was only a Swiss Army knife and looked rusty as hell, but it didn't really... Now, it was only a Swiss Army knife and looked rusty as hell, but I didn't really like my chances of survival if that thing went into my gut. I was surrounded on both sides, so I did the only thing that... Oh my god. I was surrounded on both sides, so I did the one thing that they hadn't counted on. I leaped the fence to my right and began sprinting across the fields like I was back in high school track. God fucking damn it, I cannot make it through a goddamn sentence. I was surrounded on both sides, so I did the one thing they hadn't counted on. I leaped the fence to my right and began sprinting across the fields that... I need a fluffing. One quick fluffing. No, you're not distracting me. I just sometimes following people's line of thinking, their stream of thought in a story is fucking rough, even if it is fine. I was surrounded on both sides, so I did the one thing they hadn't counted on. I leaped the fence to my right and began to sprint across the fields like I was back in high school track... Jesus fuck, man. .444. What's 444 mean? An angel number. I was surrounded on both sides, so I did the one thing they hadn't counted on. I leaped the fence to my right and began to sprint across the fields like I was back in high school track. These teens started yelling and shouting, and I heard a crash from behind me as they leaped and toppled over the fence. One of them, probably the fat kid, had fallen to the ground and tripped a couple of more times. One of them, probably the fat kid, had fallen to the ground and tripped a couple of more of them up. I continued to sprint, glancing over my shoulder and saw that 3 of them were still following, including the leader and the one with the knife. Now this knife guy wasn't that fast, but the leader was leaping over ditches and all sorts of stuff and clearly knew the land better than I did, so he was gaining on me. I kept running, looking for help of some kind, any kind. Did they even have cops patrolling the streets here? I certainly hadn't seen any kind of law enforcement. Hell, I'd take a miserable-looking farmer at this point. Now surely these teens wouldn't. Fart-phobic. You know what's fat-phobic? Heart attacks. Stay hydrated. Okay, good idea. I still got my tea right here. What's up, Jesse? Snacks and water. Talk like Cartman, wish you a happy birthday. Screw you guys. Happy birthday. I don't know how to do Cartman, honestly. It's too hard, and my throat's kind of fucked. I can only do my voice. Hope you had a great week so far, Joel. It's been good, honestly. I've been going to the gym. I am now doing one-on-one training, and it's just kind of like bodybuilding stuff. But it's been good. We've been able to like really hone in on like taking specific muscle groups to like failure within like a really short period of time. What's wrong with your throat? It's just like fucking just inflamed, phlegmy. Feels like I'm on the verge of sickness, but before I went to bed, I was able to like salt water gargle, and I don't know, I woke up feeling pretty good, but then it kind of like came back a tad. Did you ever ran into some content creators in the gym? No, but I've seen some girls who I'm like, fuck, I wonder if they have OnlyFans. Because they just look, you know what I mean? They just kind of get that vibe where you're like, you're not wearing anything, bro. You've got to be a content creator. They're setting up their cameras just to like do the zoom in on the guy staring. My throat's the exact same one. Must have been going around. Many of the coworkers sick. Yeah, fucking. I always think I'm able to avoid it, but it's like, it's gonna get you somehow. You're doing the training or being trained? I'm just being trained. It's just me. Like, I know what I'm doing, but, you know, they do the programming and then just like, can just kind of push me to failure, but then also keep me on track, you know what I mean? Because sometimes whenever I'm in there by myself, you know, it's like, you just get distracted, you talk to people, I don't know. But if you can have someone who's like, all right, get locked in, you know, and you're like, yeah, that thing. People who film themselves at a busy gym are so annoying. Why do you need me in the background of your thirsty video for my Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. And then they sit there and like get mad or something whenever they have like some sort of engagement with another person. I mean, I guess that trope is kind of dead by now, the whole looking for attention while kind of posing some random stranger as like a harasser or something. But that one Tay girl made 10 million first day on OnlyFans. It's our degenerate society. That's fucking insane. $10 million on OnlyFans. We gotta get on there. I loved working with a CrossFit coach one-on-one and improve quickly. Yeah, I mean, I would honestly say like CrossFit's one of those sports where you should like absolutely fucking get somebody to train you on how to do shit for like a while, because half the shit that's expected of people is just like, all of them are really intense skills. Whether it's anything like doing a muscle up or a clean and jerk, a fucking snatch, a rope climb, you know, half the other movements in like a workout that you have to do like really fast. Like if your form is shitty, you know, I don't know. It's whatever. Cleaning what? Cleaning jorking. It's where you clean it and then you jork it. Running on the treadmill. Yeah. What a world. Ever considered selling? And remember, shoutouts, how much would you charge for me for a clean and jerk? I guess, yeah, on like Cameo. I thought about getting on Cameo, but I heard you have to like show your face. But then they say you can like do it with a mask on, but even then I don't know. It seems like a pain in the ass. Yeah, never jork it for free. Never done stories by state. Yeah, I kind of did for a while. I thought about compiling them specifically for that as well. Use those zesty leg spread machines. Yeah, I think you're thinking of like the abductor ones, which is something that it seems like guys, like chicks will just like dominate that machine forever. And guys like never touch it, thinking that they can just like do squats. And it's, it's kind of true, I guess, but there are a lot of important things about the hip, abductors that you're probably missing out on by not touching them. Just because it feels like you're having your cheeks spread. Hell, I'd take a miserable-looking farmer at this point. Surely these teens wouldn't stab me to death for my sneakers in front of the villagers. I had no idea what the place might be like, though. My mind went back to how I'd joked about looking for a town like in the movie Hostel, and I cursed myself for being such an idiot. I wasn't even going to die in a cool way by having my eyes cut out or my wiener fed to dogs or anything. I was going to get murdered in the middle of some ass-backwards nowhere place just because these kids wanted my $100 sneakers. Hell no, I thought. I doubled my efforts and leaped across the fields, vaulting a fence or two in order to escape my pursuers. A stone actually whistled past my head and then another, and I realized these kids had stopped to scoop up some projectiles at this point, and I was now in serious Serious snanger. Hey, Sarah Wentz, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. Always support your stories. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. Just slammed a spider to death with my bare hand, dude. It's running at me. Oh my god, yeah, it was gonna kill you and wrap you up. That would be really funny to like stumble across like your friend and they're just like unconscious, but like almost like halfway wrapped up in like spider silk. Like, what the fuck? And it's just like a little spider like making huge loops around their body. I didn't even know that could happen. It is kind of strange just like how much venom is in like snakes and spiders and various other bullshit. Like, why do they need that much? Like, why as a fucking snake do you need enough venom to kill like 5 elephants when all you fucking eat are field mice and the adjacent? Same with like insects. Like spiders eat like moths and flies. Why the fuck do they need to kill me and my whole family lineage? Fun fact about spiders, they know your routine and how to hide, so if you find one, then you're probably out of your routine. That's funny. I've seen some big mofos, but I've also seen like certain types that like specifically try to descend from the ceiling down to my face. And I'm just like, what was your plan? Like, was your plan to take me out? You gonna take this whole you gonna pay the mortgage, bro? Not happening. You're getting thunderclapped. A kiss, yeah, true. They wanted to kiss my forehead with their fangs. They're like, your nose looked like a great place to make a home. You had 3 spiders climb on you in the past week at work. Holy shit. That sounds like a statistical anomaly. Are some of us blocked? I don't think so. Now you'll be cursed with 1,000 flies in your house. Shouldn't have clapped that spider. That's a good point. I do imagine like the house centipedes and spiders just have an ongoing invisible war that I never get to see. A stone whistled past my head, and then another, and I realized the teens had stopped to scoop up projectiles at some point, and I was now in serious danger of getting my skull cracked as well as a knife between my ribs probably. A voice in the back of my head told me that maybe I should just hand the sneakers over, but my ego wouldn't allow it. Instead, I managed to run to the village, and the first place I thought to go was the local bar, and thank all that is holy, my, oh, okay. Thank all that was holy. Does you like cats? Yeah, I have a cat. He's a good boy. Next when I killed Spider, I was trying to capture and release and ruin my whole effing day. I cried. It's alright. I would have just killed it. It's not worth it. How old is he? He is 11 years old. He's as old as the YouTube channel. Honestly, if Pradeep passes away, I think we'll have to call it quits to YouTube. You want me to take your other 5 cats? Yeah, Pradeep is technically 35. Honestly, I feel like he could live to be that long. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I feel like as far as cats go, he's still, like, very kitty-esque and, like, not old or anything. Like, I would not be surprised if he lives unnaturally long. The first place I thought to go was the local bar, and thank all that is holy, my ex-military pal Matyas was actually sitting at the bar, just nursing a Coca-Cola or something and chatting to the barkeep. Now I quickly ran up to him and told him that the kids were trying to kill me. He started laughing, patted me on the back, and said that he was sure that I could look after myself. And for some reason he thought that I meant little children were trying to kill me. And I frantically insisted that no, it was some gang of late teens, one of them had a knife, and they were all throwing rocks. And the door burst open, and the 3 pursuers came in. The bartender said something in her language that I could tell was probably derogatory, and the ringleader of these youths snapped something back. Matyas jumped to his feet, knocking a stool over, and stood towering over even the biggest of the 3 teens. In that moment, I saw F around and find out playing out in real time. Matyas reached around the back of his belt and produced a small bag, which I realized was some kind of military-looking blackjack club. Still kittens. Please, Joel, please. They're driving me crazy. Why'd you get 5 kittens? That's a lot. But I guess they can all grow up together, which is good. Hey, Duchess, what's up, dude? Matyas reached around the back of his belt and produced a small bag, which I realized was some kind of military-looking club. He slapped it against his palm and stepped forward. The kids froze, unsure whether to size up to Matyas or run. In the end, the bartender made the decision for them. He stepped out from the back room, shotgun in hand, and pumped it and pointed it at them. The boys started frantically apologizing, and the barman yelled something that I later found out meant, "I'm going to tell your fathers and you'll be getting the beating of a lifetime." Matyas and the barman explained to me that American sneakers are a valuable commodity to the teens in that country, and I should probably wear older, shittier looking. Andy Bernard, if my grandmother ever dies, I'm going to kill myself. I need to look that up now. Damn, dude, I haven't watched The Office in forever. I need to do another run through there. Andy Office, if my grandma ever dies. God damn it. That's so funny.
If my grandmother ever dies, I'm going to kill myself.
Alright, I just wanted to hear that once. His grandmother. I don't know. I love the writing in that show because the characters just felt so nuanced, you know what I mean? Like, obviously they had their certain gimmicks to them, but there was just always something about them that you learned more so. It didn't sound like Andy. It might have been somebody recording it. Two Matyas all in one night. Double Matya'd up. Matyas and the barman explained to me that American sneakers are a valuable commodity to the teenagers in that country, and I should probably wear older, crappier looking ones that if I'm gonna travel... God damn it, what the hell? Matyas and the barman explained to me that American sneakers are a valuable commodity to the teenagers in that country, and I should probably wear older, crappier looking shoes if I'm going to travel around there. And Matyas even promised to hook me up with his pair of... And Matyas even promised to hook me up with a pair of his army boots, which later he did. Now, they were 3 sizes too big for me, but I wore them with pride and still own them to this day. That night, Matyas and the barman treated me to a few drinks, and Matyas regaled me with some tales from when he was in the military. And all I can say is that I'm glad he and I did not get into a fight the night before, and I'm almost happy for the teens that they backed down when they did. Man, Matyas can be scary at times, and I'm still in touch with him to this day via email sporadic. God damn it, I cannot. Touched. Do I eat a lot of fast food? I mean, I can. It's like I go in spurts of just like healthy, then not healthy, then healthy, then not healthy. It's probably pretty bad, to be honest with you. Man, Matyas can be scary at times, and I'm still in touch with him to this day via email sporadically. He travels Europe like some kind of Jack Reacher drifter, only without the wild adventures, but I like to think that if he needed to throw down, he would. Now I moved on from Hellville the next day and went to visit my female friend early. I was not sad to be out of that village, and looking back, I cannot believe how dumb I was to fight for my life instead of just handing over those damn sneakers. But on the other hand, they were nice sneakers, and I paid for them with my own money. No deranged European kids get to steal my shoes. No deranged European kids get to steal my shoes. Need to spank one out. Yeah, maybe I could see clearly. I can see clearly now that I've jerked off. I don't need to go over to her house. I can't believe I cleaned my room just to hook up with some stupid bitch. Alright. Hey friends, firstly, helping out on the farm for a week now. It's hard work, but so rewarding. I'm getting hella toned up again. Nice, bro. You're at a farm? Which farm? Are you back in the United States? You're in the USA? Nice, dude. Welcome home. Welcome home, soldier. What's up, Michelle? What's up, Kylie? the era of having a great time messing with 300 while listening to their YouTuber. I'm loving it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Firstly, I want to begin this story by saying that I do think Egypt is a lovely country. It's populated by many wonderful people, and I have friends that are both immigrants and natives. I have visited the country again since the incident I'm going to tell you about, and I enjoyed my time there. Unfortunately, though, there's no avoiding the fact that attitudes to women in Egypt can be unpleasant. Things are a bit more relaxed in the country in 2025, but when this occurred in 2011, it could be extremely risky for a woman to walk around by herself, especially uncovered. A lot of Egyptian women wear hijabs or niqabs. What's today's topic? It is foreign vacations, or like traveling abroad. Probably traveling abroad makes more sense, right? What kind of conflict resolution do I use? I just say shut the heck up. No, I don't even know. I just try to reason people through things, but if they're stupid, they're stupid. Niqab, okay. Corn on the niqab. If the story doesn't have a mummy, yeah. I was attacked by King Tut. A lot of Egyptian women wear hijabs or niqabs, covering their hair or almost everything apart from their eyes. Of course, Western non-Muslim women visiting Egypt just dress how they normally would, but this can be dangerous and downright stupid if you're alone. And as such, when I first visited Cairo, it was strongly advised that young women cover up as much as possible, make sure that they're with a male chaperone, and stick to the touristy areas. I was most excited about seeing the pyramids and exploring the deserts, and I wasn't even particularly thrilled about spending a few nights in central Cairo before we began our proper tour. Our tour guides insisted that it was totally worth it though, and we needed to experience the city to Our tour guides insisted that it was totally worth it though, and we needed to experience the city to experience Egypt. As I followed the tour group through the bazaars, taking in the sights, the sounds, and the smells, I was starting to get won over. My dad was engaged in animated discussion with one of the guides, and they become fast friends. Mom just seemed happy to look at the rugs and ornaments for sale, and all the other middle-aged tourists were cooing and awing over the sights. I was the only young woman in her early 20s. Joel, do you have some scary-ass shirt stories for Halloween? Maybe I'll just send mine in about a haunted house we lived in where the dad and son died. We lived in for 15 years. Scary as shit. Oh, scary as shit, yeah. I don't know, I guess it depends on the definition of scary as shit. Though the paranormal ones are pretty spooky. Fuck, man. I was the only young woman in her early 20s, and there was a guy my age on the tour group too, but he'd opted out of this afternoon's city tour due to food poisoning, which was really because he was hungover from the night before. Nobody was really paying attention to me, nor did I to them, which is why I didn't notice at first when I lost sight of the tour group. At first I didn't panic. They couldn't have gone far. But when I turned down the next alleyway and found myself in a crowd of unfamiliar Egyptian faces, it did cause me to pause. A few of the older male store owners were looking at me a little strangely, their eyes traveling up and down my body, even though I was wearing jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt, the best compromise I could make in this heat. I got pulled along by the throng. When is it too early to talk about Halloween? I don't know. I mean, it's funny whenever it's like Halloween or November, you can kind of anticipate Christmas coming. But whenever it's towards the end of summer, I don't even want to fucking think about like anything cool outside or cold or fall, you know? Even though I don't mind it, I love the summer, you know? Like Halloween is its very own distinctive period of time of the year, and I just don't want to rush there too fast, even though obviously it's cool and stuff. Every couple of months I need to come in here and tell you how dark times you got me through when the silence was too loud, and now your voice always soothes me. I'm a lot better now. Thank you, Tuesday. Appreciate you, dude. I'm glad you're doing good. Joe, let me talk you. No talking. I hate skipping seasons. I know, right? I can't. We gotta enjoy it while it's here. Touch. Talk. Every day is Halloween for me, and Independence Day and 420. Hell yeah, brother. You're so hungry. That's good. It's good to be hungry. It means you yearn for more. Lashana. What's up, Lashana? Or is it Lashana? Owen Wilson impersonation. What does he say? What the hell does he even say? Wow. Let's give it some time. Guys, let's give some time before we jump to Halloween. I don't want to jump to Halloween too fast. You know what I'm saying? No, I haven't seen him in anything in forever. I wonder if he even like does movies. It's always weird whenever like a movie star gets to a certain age and they just disappear. I got pulled along by the throng of the crowd, and before I knew it, I'd been kind of forced into another side of the alley, ducking out of the flow of people just so I could get my bearings. A few young men stood in a doorway and knew immediately that they were in trouble. Or that they were trouble. A few young men stood in a doorway, and I knew immediately that they were trouble. They sort of strutted over towards me in the way that certain guys do, and the way they studied my body made the previous store owners look reserved. They looked at me with a barely disguised hunger, and I swear to God, one of them even licked his lips. They started talking to each other in Arabic, and I couldn't understand what most of them had said, but recognized the word for cattle or cow and girl. One of them said something that caused the others to hoot and clap his buddy on the shoulders, and I quickly apologized for Wow. Oh, man. I'm having a growth spurt. A growth splurge. Rather live in a desert or in a tundra? Probably the desert. I don't know, honestly. That's a good question. Where's the tundra at? And which desert? Winterfell? North of the wall. Oh my god. But north of the walls that way. I quickly apologized for disturbing them, which was a mistake. I shouldn't have acknowledged... God damn it. I shouldn't have acknowledged them or made eye contact. Before I could step back out of the alley, one of them grabbed me by the wrist and pulled me deeper into the shadows. My blood immediately ran cold. I knew exactly what they wanted to do to me and what the things that they were saying meant. One of them pinned my arms behind my back, while another one started to lift my t-shirt, running his fingers over my stomach. I felt sick and knew that this was it. If I didn't do something now, then this was going to be an event that would define the rest of my life, whether I wanted it to or not. I drew on all my self-defense training and slammed my body back into the guy holding my hands. He hit the wall with a thud, letting go of my wrists. Using the momentum, I kicked forwards at the guy who had been touching me, slamming his head backwards against the first guy's nose as I did so. I heard a crunch and a scream, and quickly pulled free as two of the guys howled in pain. The third guy had been watching, but he was the one that started to chase. I had no idea where I was running to or how I could find safety. There was every chance that I'd just run into more angry young men who were looking to tear me apart. I can't even describe the chase because it was all some blur. All I know is that the man chasing me grabbed my hair and shirt at least a few times, including one where he tore a chunk of the hair out of my scalp, causing me to cry out in pain. It felt like I'd never escape him. Everywhere I went, crowds were surging forward, and it was only later that I learned it was on the outskirts of the... I'm home now. Thanks for the company. Have a blessed night. Remember, the comment section knows best. Thanks, Jawad. Good to see you, bro. Have a good night. Revolt until you get cryptid stories. Come on, guys. Let's get out of here. Come on, guys. Follow me. Come over to my channel, where I play ping pong by myself. Everywhere I went, crowds were surging forward, and it was only later that I learned that I was on the outskirts of a goddamn armed riot. And I think that's what saved me. Eventually, I burst into a courtyard and saw my parents and the tour group. They all looked frantic and defensive, and I guess that's why our one tour guide who'd befriended my dad was holding a brick. He barely paused as I came sprinting into the courtyard, followed by a guy who was clearly chasing me. The tour guide pulled back his arm and let his brick fly straight and true. I heard it hit my pursuer's head with a loud, hollow clunk, and he just sort of dropped to the floor like a discarded sack of potatoes. The tour guide said it was better that we got out of here because something was going down, so he and the other guide... Joel never told me not to leave with strangers, so I guess I'll go. I need someone to tell me exactly what to do and when to do it forever. And if I don't get that, how will I know not to do bad things? Seasons where I'm at are so perfect. Hot summers, but not 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold winters, but not negative 30 degrees. Very tolerable, in my opinion. I like the cold. Nice. Can you read a story in vocal fry tone? Just make things worse. My throat is honestly like, I mean, it's fine, but it's just one of those things where it feels mucusy and gross. Yeah, I don't even want to... Yeah, it's just not really worth it. It's not even raspy, it's just... I can just feel shit back there, and I know if I try to like push my voice too far one direction that it's just gonna make things shitty. What's wrong with my throat? I think I'm just sick. I'm like pre-sick. Preemptively sickening. I've been crying, yeah. I spent all day bawling my eyes out. Thinking about Ghislaine. The tour guide said it was better that we got out of here because something was clearly going down. So he and the other guide led us down some more side streets and away from what he explained was turning into a full-scale riot. I asked if we should tell the cops about the guys who tried to assault me, and he just sort of laughed. We made it back to the hotel, which was gated and had armed guards. The next day, it was time for the tour group to move on anyway, and we spent the rest of the vacation at a luxury resort near the pyramids, where we lounged by the pool, relaxed, and went on various day trips to ancient historic sites of interest. Now, I love Egypt, and like I say, I've been back there since, but this was the most terrifying experience I've ever had, and one that could have changed my life, all because some people see others as less than human. pushed your baby out in 6 minutes. Oh shit, congratulations. That's crazy, Jay. Welcome to the world, little baby. Isn't it pronounced Ghislaine? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think so. I hear people say Ghislaine, but then the French, if it's Ghislaine Machuel, I don't know. That sounds very Frenchy. Or is she Israeli? I don't even know, honestly. Is Ghislaine French? She is British, but her background does have French connections. She was born in Masons Lafitte, France in 1961. Her father, Robert Maxwell, was a Czech-born British media mogul. Yeah, right. Her mother, Elizabeth Maynard, was French, so Ghislaine is now a mix of British and French heritage and grew up speaking fluent French. She moved to England as a child and was educated there, which is why she generally identified as British. Okay. You're German? Nice, dude. Ghislaine. Sorry, my back has been bothering me a lot lately because I haven't got to do my normal stretches for a while. Just need to lean into it a little bit here. Oh, fuck. God, I need like every muscle just taken apart in my body and reassembled in a good way. Not like a crazy genie style way that gives you a bad wish. Pradeep's down in his little bed. Have I ever dated a 90-year-old yet? I've tried it, but the nursing homes don't like it, especially if their mind is not all there. Joel is pregnant with sarcasm. We all know how deadly his words can be. What did I do? You saying I'm pregnant? You saying I want to eat the yellow snow? Hey, Calebra, take care. See you later. Visit an osteopath, game changer. Yeah, what do they do? Is like specific procedures or something? This is a story I tell my buds for a laugh sometimes, but I only laugh about it because otherwise you'd bloody cry, you know? Everything turned out okay, but honestly at the time, I thought my entire life was over, and I'd spent the rest of my days rotting in a Dutch jail. So it all started because me and a mate, Milo, got really into mopeds. We both got mopeds while we were still in school. While the rest of our friends were learning to drive cars, we smugly declared that our little scooters were the most cost-effective, sensible option, and anyone who pissed all their money into the tank of a 4-seater gas guzzler was a right chump. And after school, we graduated just having our CBT, our cock and ball torture, a Vespa. Or what did Grand Theft Auto call the mopeds? After school, we graduated from just having our CBT, a learner's permit for mopeds, to actually passing our motorcycle tests. We were living large, riding our mopeds around town like a lame British Macklemore in that song that he did about mopeds, Downtown, which, holy fuck, that's a long sentence. My neck, my back. poop poop a doop doop doop. Are you coming to Japan? I'm planning a trip right now. Yeah, when do you want to go? Honestly, if I go, it would be so nice to have, like, someone from there be your, like, tour guide, you know what I mean? I wonder if they do trips like that where you could just tour with someone who's a native and they take you everywhere and, you know, you just sort of, I don't know, pay for them or something. They use hands-on holistic approach to diagnose, treat, and prevent musculoskeletal problems. They focus on interconnectedness of the body systems, particularly the musculoskeletal and nervous. Okay. That'd be cool. I just need, I don't know. What's helped me for a while here is like getting on the GHD machine and like doing sit-ups and posterior chain like sort of holds, but I haven't been able to get there in a while to there specifically to use that machine. I don't really know what other shit to do. Don't take Joel to Japan, he's going to repopulate the whole country. This is probably true. Soon we will be back to having a god king, like Japan should have. We will give the people purpose again, to worship my offspring. You had spontaneous diarrhea today? Spontaneous. We all appreciate some spontaneity. You're planning a Japanese vacation to visit family. Oh, okay, so your family lives in Japan. Japanese babies. Yeah. I don't know. I would want to go definitely in the spring, I feel like, because isn't that when the cherry blossoms happens, and then isn't that also when the sumo wrestlers wrestle? When is the sumo wrestling season in Japan? I will save Japan, guys, don't worry. Who's coming with me? We're here to colonize. Japan also hosts 6 major sumo tournaments lasting 15 days, occurring in odd-numbered months. They're scheduled 2025 as follows: January, March, May, July, September, November. Okay. Come to Alaska, Joel. Will show you unmanned land. No thanks. I mean, Alaska seems cool, but if there's nothing to do there, I'm just gonna die, I guess. Get eaten by a grizzly. Did you hear about the new island off of Japan? No, dude, what the hell? That sounds like some Junji Ito shit. Is there a new island off Japan? Plan on going to the anime-heavy areas? Oh, yeah, of course. Like, my big things, it's like, I want to go see Mount Fuji, and then the Suicide Forest. I want to see, obviously, the Bullet Train, Tokyo, anime, Pokemon, cherry blossoms, fucking repopulate the whole country, and then go to a sumo wrestling match. And then get hit by a tsunami. Going to the convenience store experience. Exactly. I love the fact that people can work at a gas station and take more pride in that than people who have good jobs here in the US. Now, they might be dead inside, but that's besides the point. Alright, in late October 2023, a powerful eruption from an undersea volcano near Ioto, Iwajima, created a new island. The eruption was strong enough to eject volcanic debris that built up in the land rising above sea level. This freshly formed landmass was spotted roughly 1 kilometer south of Iwajima. The Japanese Coast Guard and satellite imagery confirmed its existence. By October 30th, the debris had built up enough to form what locals called Nijima, meaning New Island. Damn. Okay, it's kind of small. But we need to take it over. Free Taiwan. Can we just get that saying going here before China does what we know they're going to do? Can we just start hashtagging Free Taiwan already? Can you guys get the time when he's flagging your profile pictures just to show how much you care about distant happenings? Have you thought about doing a comedy open mic night? I'd sign up for one. You signed up for one? That's cool. Yeah, I'm not like super good at like, I mean, I guess I could write down an act and like practice it, but I'm so bad at like delivering comedy that's like pre-thought out, you know what I mean? If I can just like say stuff off the cuff, improvisationally wise, that's to me just like feels more natural and sounds way funnier. But yeah, what's your act going to be about? Off the Iwo Jima cuff. Taiwan is free, don't worry. Give it time. We were living large, riding our mopeds around town like a lame British Macklemore. Jesus Christ. We were living large, riding our mopeds around town like a lame British Macklemore, that song he did about mopeds downtown, which was unironically our theme song if you want to picture exactly the kind of insufferable twats that we were back then. Now one day, Milo excitedly showed me a video that he'd found online, advertising a group moped trip from Poland to the Netherlands. I didn't quite understand the deal at first, but as I watched the video, it seemed like we were going on a cross-continent moped tour with a group as part of a... Jesus Christ. The coolest thing about not eating one day is how exciting it is to eat the next day. Should you live stream it? You should, dude. If you have a YouTube channel or Twitch or whatever, at least post some like content videos of your trip to Japan. Or wait, yeah, you're going there. Yep. Why not eat? I don't know. I thought because I was sick that maybe if I just like fasted, my body would like clean itself up a little bit. You know what I mean? And I've heard that that's pretty beneficial for your long-term health to like do some periods of fasting, at least for 24 hours or more. You know, once, twice a month or something. Yeah, like a self-cleaning oven. What's up, Rafaela? I didn't eat anything yesterday until 8 p.m. and it gave me a terrible headache and I threw up. Yeah, it's probably from the low blood sugar. I mean, obviously, if you aren't used to it, you gotta like ease into it with like intermittent fasting, but I don't know. I do feel really good the next day though, and I feel like my body knows how to like access, I guess, energy external from, you know, typical glycogen or whatever. Maybe dehydrate. You could definitely do have to stay hydrated whilst in the fasting process for sure. What's up, MMM? Welcome back. You accidentally fast all the time. Yeah, and it's, you know, pretty normal for humans. Autophagy is really good to use as a tool. It cleans up the bad stuff in your system. That's what I hear. And it's nice to just like feel like nice and taut and tight. Not like bloated and descended and like inflamed. And yeah, you do get like your glucose sensitivity, your insulin sensitivity supposedly has a nice uptick there, you know, which like I guess one of the biggest indicators of like longevity in life is insulin sensitivity. Too hot to eat, 37 degrees. Too hot to eat, damn. What about a hot dog? I didn't quite understand the deal at first, but as I watched the video, it seemed like we'd go on a cross-continent moped tour with the group as part of a documentary they were filming. Not only would we get to embark on the trip of a lifetime, but it would cost us almost nothing. As long as we could get ourselves there, we'd be provided with room, board, and moped rental every step of the way. I was a bit sad to have to leave my beloved Vespa behind in the UK, but as for the rest, you could not sniff at that at all. Milo was incredibly super enthusiastic about it. Enthusiastic. Milo was incredibly super I don't know why. Incredibly super. It sounds so... I'm just going to get rid of one of those words. Having a double adjective is so awkward. In my country, we have weird customs. We like to eat hot soup while the weather is hot. Well, you know, I mean, eating all those warm things probably does help, like, blood flow. I imagine. Ugh. Dun, 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 dun. Did you see the Chinese warships that collided with each other harassing that Filipino ship? That was absolutely hilarious. No, I didn't. Fucking China, bro. I don't know. That's the only way I can see us, like, losing to China is, like, knocking off our power grid. And then in that case, I feel like it would have to be, like, some sort of controlled demolition scenario where, like, we were already, like, aware of it. And our top brass have just, like, sold us out to some, like, larger, you know, globalist conglomerate of sorts. Milo was incredibly enthusiastic about it too, and looking back, I didn't really have the time to pause and wonder if there was some kind of catch. And by the time my girlfriend Jane suggested it seemed too good to be true, I was already fully on board and committed to the idea, so I didn't really want to find any excuses to back out of the trip. I didn't do my due diligence and look into Pete. Who's Pete? I didn't do my due diligence and look into Pete, the guy organizing the tour. Milo said that he had, though, and everything was totally on level, so, hey, why wouldn't I believe my childhood best friend? We flew to Poland a couple of months later, and honestly, I'd be lying if I said that the trip wasn't great. It was our first time going on a foreign holiday, and we really relished it. The moped journey from Poland to the Netherlands was great fun, even if it took some getting used to riding a different machine, and me, Milo, and the 3 other guys and Pete all got on really well. After some days of fun, frolics, and breakneck speeds... Pete from Blackstool. It's me, Peter from Blackstool. It's insane raising babies with no sleep. Yeah, I can't imagine, dude. I feel like I'd be so irritable. Like if I don't know. Just like, I feel how I am when I get no sleep anyways, and I'm just imagining. Soros is supposed to come to U.S. for court. He turned 95. Whatever, dude. They're just gonna pardon him like they pardon every other fucking weirdo. No wrongdoing here. Looks good to me. Keep on fucking usurping the entire world. After some days of fun, frolics, and breakneck moped driving, we pulled into the parking lot of the hotel we were going to be staying at in the Netherlands. Immediately, it was very obvious that this was a brothel, and I shot Milo a look. This is not what we'd agreed upon. Jane would certainly not be okay with me staying in a damn brothel. Luckily for Jane, she wouldn't have to worry about it. We parked our mopeds up, climbed off, and then suddenly floodlights slammed on in the darkness, and loud voices. We parked our mopeds up, climbed off, and then suddenly floodlights slammed on in the darkness, and loud voices were yelling. But shit. How many more stories do you have for today? I'm gonna go eat an otter pop. Helps with a sore throat. Otter pop, that sounds pretty good. I feel like we're kind of like ahead of schedule. No, we're not. Do you ever get tired of texting people? Yeah, someone in the chat last time said when they were dealing with someone, they just used ChatGPT to like talk to the person over text. Like it was someone with like BPD or something like that, so They're just like constantly in like a fuss. So they're like, here you go, robot. Talk them down off the ledge if you could. We parked up our mopeds outside, climbed off, and then suddenly floodlights slammed on in the darkness and loud voices were yelling. I didn't understand what was being said, but as a group of armed cops stormed into view, I understood the premise. Get down on the ground with your hands above your head. I complied, but I was almost laughing. This had to be some kind of misunderstanding. There was no reason why I should be getting arrested by armed cops. My confidence remained as they forced open the seats of our mopeds and threw our stuff to the ground. Some changes of clothes I'd stashed under the seat, nothing of note. One of the officers yanked the backpack off my back and emptied the contents onto the ground. And I watched and Nothing funny about bullying, though. Punching down is for the tiniest of dicks. Whose dicks are you punching down upon? Lynn with the 2 says, nice butt, fam. Much love to all you guys. Smooches. Thank you, Lynn. I've been working on it. Time to break dance. Checking on you from Texas. Stay strong, brother, and Kitty Pradeep. Thanks, Double KD. Good to see you, bro. Hope things aren't too bad in Texas. Seems like a lot of people are moving out of Austin. All I hear is like bad things in Austin, Texas. Something about the homeless armies just like killing and eating everybody. Do I ghost people when you get tired of texting? Not really, I guess. I guess if they're being weird or something like that and it just generally feels like strange, I'm like, alright, what the fuck is it, you know? Or if like a friend is, I don't know, I feel like if there's just like nothing left to say, or maybe and it's like close to like sleeping time, I'm just, but I have some one friend who, he's like my buddy's brother, and like he incessantly will not stop asking me for money. Like, I consider him a friend, but he's always like thinking of some harebrained business idea bullshit that like he himself like doesn't, like I'll voice it back to him and it makes no fucking sense. And for some reason in his head it makes sense, even though it makes no sense. And it's just like every time we talk, it's like he has to take some sort of opportunity to be like some sort of abstract scammer. He's always got to like, you know, but I do genuinely enjoy his family, I guess, like as a friend and whatever, but it's, I don't know, it just like fills me with such frustration. Mike Archer, thank you, and welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. But, yeah, anyways, he just like, now anytime he like texts me on this whole week, I'm just like, I don't fucking give a shit, you know? Just because every fucking hangout has to turn into some type of like, how can I extort money from you in some way? You know, it's just like, bro, why are you so transactional? Can we not just be like human beings for a little while? And the worst part about him is that like his business ideas are never like he wants to work, you know? It's never like, let me actually do something that actually generates value that then you pay me for. It's always fucking some bullshit about like being a middleman, or you know what I mean, being like essentially scraping off the top of somebody else's work. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, you're fucking lazy, bro. And I get, you know what I mean, I get it, but at the same time, like, let's get a little creative. Yeah, he should be a drop shipper. Even drop shipping would probably be like too much for him to comprehend. Brandon Voila, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, friend. What's up, Anna? It is frustrating. It's frustrating, like, once you kind of come into like some degree of like money, how many people how many friends genuinely feel like abstractly entitled to your money, and then like will go through like thousands of like mental hoops to convince you why it should belong in their pocket. You know what I mean? It's like so fucking weird, dude. I've been around Texas, big cities, but Austin has this charm that can't be beat. Also working at a startup here, so it's always fun times. Oh, okay, well that's fair. So you haven't experienced this like these homeless monsters I hear about all the time that scare people away. Boof Man reporting for duty, sir. Welcome, Boof. We've been waiting your arrival. Babes, thank you for the 5 gifters. 2. Anna Happen, Holly, Kinsonero, Michaela Brannan, and Tayana Gacken. Thank you, babes. Is this stream Porcus approved? That's a good question. We saw Porcus last time. I was getting a little worried we might not get him this time. Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. That's a classic movie, man. I don't think we're ever going to get an actual movie like that ever again. Hollywood is just too bereft with dummies. I watched in dawning horror as an armed cop snatched up my passport and pocketed it. Then another cop began slicing open the seats of the mopeds. That's when my confidence really dissipated. I stared open-mouthed as they pulled 2 duct tape packages out of the seat cushioning that I'd spent the last few days sitting on. I didn't have to ask to know what I'd been sitting on, though. Struggling to look around at Milo, who was being nailed on by a cop, the look on his face caused my heart to completely sink. The absolute imbecile. Imbecile? Is it imbecile or imbecile? Imbecile. You imbecile! You imbecile, Stimpy! Oh, Stimpy, you imbecile! Seal. Imbecile. Imbecile. Okay, let me look it up. Okay. Go over to Forvo. Type it into the Forvo, and then I get to hear someone say it. Oh no, not Forvo, the word imbecile. Do I know how to spell? Yeah, I'm so good at spelling. Heck yeah, what's it say? Imbecile. That sounds too British. Imbecile. Embussy. This complete embussy. Imbecilic embussy. The absolute imbecile was not at all surprised to see the drugs. My best friend had implicated me in a freaking cocaine smuggling operation without my knowledge. No wonder it had been too good to be true. No wonder Pete was such a nice guy. I'd known Milo had a few dodgy contacts and dabbled in very light dealing back at home, but I had no idea he'd done anything like this. Protesting my innocence did not help, though, as I was dragged into a waiting paddy wagon and then booked and processed in a Dutch jail and thrown into a single cell where I had nothing to do but sit, fret, and poop myself in fear. Not literally. I'd never even been in trouble with the law before, and the idea that I could genuinely be going to prison, that I had actually committed a serious crime, even unwittingly. The next few days were a blur of terror and anxiety. I could not make an international call with an imbecile on the phone. Before accusing Mr. Ballin of being AI, maybe one should accuse first AI of being Mr. Ballin. Good point. I don't really know what the person was talking about earlier about that. It was the beginning of the stream. Someone was saying that Mr. Ballin's notifications were AI, but I didn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But I don't know. I think sometimes people kind of just see AI in everything. Now, granted, I think there are certain tells, but exactly what that is, I don't know in that scenario. You sound like you have a switch to turn on and off to read a command. That's so wild to me still. Read a command. Oh, like reading comments and stuff? Yeah, I mean, I can switch back and forth between the spooky voice and my talking voice, but I guess to me it doesn't really sound like too different. It's just deeper and scarier. Peanut butter. Mr. Ballin's doing a live stream this weekend. I'm gonna spam Boombaclat there. Yeah. If you guys go, be sure to let him know that Twist of History is your favorite show and that Joel from Twist of History should be promoted to CFO of Ballin Studio. Should be promoted to CBT of Ballin Studios. Cock and Ball Torch, head of Cock and Ball Torture at Ballin Studio. Sorry. What's the difference between these two emojis? I don't know. I feel like one's smaller. I didn't even know I had those two there. That's funny. Twist of History and Mick Mouse. Mick Mouse. Bring back Mick Mouse. I am in love with you. Good. I needed that, honestly. I need more adoration. It's like a demon loses his power if he doesn't have constant worship. Love saying Boombaclat even every time I join. You just say it every day of your life. Boombaclat! You drop your eggs on the ground. Boombaclat! 50 chicken nuggets. Boombaclat and chicken nuggets. The next few days were a blur of terror and anxiety. I could not make an international call to let Jane know what was going on. I could not get a hold of Milo and wring that idiot's neck while demanding he explain things. All I could do was talk to a couple of Dutch cops who barely spoke English, but knew just enough to tell me that I was in a whole heap of trouble. In the end, it was Pete who proved to be my savior, even if he was the ringleader and the guy to blame in the first place. Milo clammed up, refusing to say anything in my defense, but in the end Pete spilled everything and cut some kind of deal where he ratted out his suppliers. Part of the deal involved telling them that myself and 2 of the 3 other guys were just clueless patsies, brought along to drive the extra mopeds. Only Pete, Milo, and a 3rd guy, Jacob, were actually part of the drug smuggling screw. Have I ever been pregnant? Yes. Every double-wrap burrito fills me with a new poop baby that I must excrete within 9 working days. Have I been hitting my protein? Yeah, actually been pretty good, I think. Oh, man. I don't read the same as your regular talk. You have a perfect reading voice, speed, pronunciation. Thank you. You're getting pre-rant, Joel. Yeah, what am I going to rant about? I don't even know, bro. There's nothing left to bitch about, man. We've ran out of it. We live in a perfect world. And by perfect world, I mean we're not the ones being human trafficked. How lucky is that? We are here every Wednesday and Sunday. Joy, I love you. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Rant about hawks. I love hawks, though. I love birds of prey. I love driving on the highway and counting how many birds of prey I see. And then, kind of seeing if I can see the creature that they're going to, swoop down on. What kind of dystopian society would you create? I don't know. I've always thought it would be so cool, though, to be, basically the head of North Korea. Well, maybe not that much. Do you guys think that there's any form of God Emperor that is not constantly under threat of assassination? Because whatever that is, I'd like to be a quiet emperor. One that you didn't even know was there. I watched an owl grab something the other night, the side of the highway. It was amazing. That's cool. Dolly Parton, yeah. I can be your concubine. I can be one of your 500 mistresses. I wonder if, like, as an emperor, I wonder, like, you know, like Genghis Khan with his 500 concubines, I wonder if he cared about any of the kids, you know what I mean? Like, I really do wonder if, like, everyone that was birthed, he was like, hey, that's little me. But then eventually it's just, like, too many to keep track of. Does anyone ever care about their kids? That's a great point. He names them by number. Genghis Khan 1, Gangi 2, Gangi 3, Gango, Gengar, Genghis Koof, Genghis Koom. Part of the deal involved telling them that myself and 2 of the 3 other guys were just clueless patsies, brought along to drive the extra mopeds. Only Pete, Milo, and a 3rd guy, Jacob, were actually part of the drug smuggling. The day that a guy from the UK embassy came to visit me in my cell and told me I was going home, I genuinely fell to my knees and wept. I went home and hugged my mom and dad and had a bang-up Sunday roast. My homecoming to Jane wasn't quite so grand, though. I don't think she ever quite believed me that I wasn't involved in the criminal enterprise, and honestly that really hurt. I'd never done anything to make her distrust me, and after 6 months of constant jibes and jokes about my complicity, I couldn't stand it anymore, and we actually ended up breaking up. Even though the Dutch law accepted that I had no... beans on toast for Sunday roast. Listening from the UK, 7 favorite channel, nighttime story. Thanks, Allie. Good to see you. How are things in the UK for you? I hope scary and terrifying. Just kidding. They recently found the lost tomb of Genghis Khan. Really? I didn't know they were even looking for it. Lara Croft found it, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Even though the Dutch law accepted that I had no knowledge of the drug smuggling, I was still deported and banned from entering the Netherlands for 10 years. That time's just up about now, and not sure why I'd ever want to go back, though, unless for some reason that I wanted to visit Milo, who'd still be serving 2 more years of his sentence. Look. Not sure why I'd ever want to go back, though, unless for some reason I wanted to visit Milo, who's still serving 2 more years on his sentence. I have no sympathy for that idiot. Even after Pete spilled the beans, Milo pleaded not guilty and got a much longer sentence because of it. It's like the American Wesley Snipes said, "Some mother lovers always trying to drive a moped up a hill." Who says that? Was that in New Jack City, the movie? That's one of those movies I need to watch again. New Jack City was good. I feel like there was no better practical effects when it came to, like, people getting shot in movies than there was in, like, those 80 movies like New Jack City and Total Recall. I still remember that one scene from Total Recall where, like, Arnold Schwartz, he just, like, grabbed a random dude off the escalator who literally just seemed to be like a random dude. He wasn't bad at all, just, like, used him as a human shield. And his entire chest just, like, explodes with, like, bullets. Do you remember that scene? The dude's just, like, reading the newspaper or something. He's like, just gets fucking blasted. Like, I thought he was supposed to be a good guy. What's up, Nate? You got absolutely switched. Oh, yeah, the dude who got shot up by the RoboCop in the beginning. That shit was insane. Or yeah, I even never RoboCop when he got shot up like into pieces by a shotgun. What the fudge? Farmer Bill, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. What do you think about the margarine panty cult? We might have to start one. Let's check it out. What is the margarine panty cult? Would you rather be RoboCop or just pass at that point? Yeah, let me die. I think RoboCop was not super stoked about coming back into his robot body. I don't know if you remember the more recent one. He was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You know, all he was just like a brain and a face. I wasn't able to find any credible references to docu-sources related to the margarine panty cult. Did you make that up? New RoboCop's pretty good, I heard that. I live in Northern California. There's all kinds of stories about weird and unexplained things up in the woods. Love all urban legends, folklore we have up here. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It is legit. So margarine... ChatGPT didn't know anything about it. Margarine panty cult. Panties and cults are in the punchline. Are you sure you got it right? I'm not seeing anything pop up on search. It was like, was it like a tech bro cult? Are you gonna watch the movie Weapons? You know, I've heard Weapons was actually good. Like from various sources, that it was actually a solid flick, which to me is always a good sign. Penguins, really liked it. Well, that's good. I mean, he's usually pretty honest about his like movie opinions, I feel like. So that's pretty sweet. YouTube goes, show me your names when here, cut out the first letter. Oh, okay, that's weird. Wait, was that a joke, Misty? Was it a thing? Do you have any other like things I could type in the search that would bring up what you're talking about? Y'all know what color your color analysis season is. You guys are just making stuff up at this point. I hope to watch Naked Gun at some point. Maybe I'll try to watch Naked Gun and Weapons this weekend. And by that I mean I probably won't watch any. Margarine panty called is Buttersock call opposite. Oh, okay, sorry. She's the master troll. I forgot she was a professional stand-up comedian. God. She's so evil. A rival gang, yeah. Me and my missus are writing to you today to tell you about an absolutely messed up trip to the United Kingdom that we took a few years ago. It was just after COVID travel restrictions had been lifted, so we were itching to stretch our legs and visit a foreign country, so we picked somewhere as far away from home as possible. We didn't really have a plan for our UK holiday. It seemed like a nice place, so we opened up a map of Britain, struck it. It seemed like a nice place, so we opened up a map of Britain, stuck it on the dartboard at the bar that I co-own with my brother, and I threw a dart at it. Well, we missed, and I would have had the vacation to... Well, we missed, and I would have had to vacation in the Bristol Channel, so we threw another one and landed on Sussex. We didn't know anything about Sussex, and apparently it's not really a massive tourist destination, but we picked the funniest sounding place that also seemed a bit touristy, Bognor Regis. Bognor Regis. Alright, let me look it up real quick. Saw Weapons earlier today, 4 to 10 save you money. Oh damn, okay. That's fair too. I mean, I don't really have high expectations for like, you know, horror movies anymore. Bogner Regis. Hey, Joel, today's my 48th birthday. Hey, happy birthday, Jack. What do you got planned? Hopefully eating some good food. Maybe getting a lift in. I always wait for my streaming because every time I go to the theater, there's always someone who has to talk throughout the movie. Yeah, I hate that shit. Bogner. Is it just Bogner Regis? Yeah, it seems like he's saying it kind of fast. Bogner Regis. Joe had a mistake. I think it was Naked Gun that he really liked. Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah, I heard that was funny. But I also heard Weapons was decent too, so I don't know. More of a twisted comedy, to be honest. Okay. See, I don't really know. I don't mind horror integrating degrees of comedy into it, but that movie did not advertise itself as a comedy. So the fact that it is a comedy is a little misleading, and I'm getting real sick and tired of horror movies having so much fucking comedy relief within it, which it can have from time to time, whatever, but it just means that it doesn't take itself seriously or actually find what it's trying to convey scary. And I don't know, as silly as it sounds, like I feel like Nosferatu was like one of the better horror movies of the year, because it took itself seriously, and there was just so much to it to like, you know what I mean? Even though it was a sort of old story you've heard 1,000 times, there was something about it that just felt very strong, Yeah, I don't really want to giggle, Like that one movie, Nope. Was it Nope? Yeah, where it was like the alien bullshit / cloud creature thing. I don't know, it started off spooky and whatever, and then they, just incorporations of like comedy, and I mean, I guess that's fine, but I don't know. It's whatever. What's up, Pam? We didn't know anything about Sussex, and apparently it's not really a massive tourist destination, but we picked the funniest sounding place that also seemed a bit touristy, Bognor Regis. We figured if it was crap, it wouldn't be too hard to shoot up to London early, which we planned to do for the second half of the holiday regardless. Bognor Regis was actually great. We hit the town in July, dead in the middle of the Australian winter, and despite what we'd heard about the UK, the weather was bonzer. Me and the missus spent our days sunbathing on the beach, buying crap from the seafront stores and getting sunburnt. Then, at night, we hit the bars and the clubs and tried our best to paint the quiet seaside town red. We made a bunch of friends in Bognor Regis, our tourists. You don't enjoy scary movies too? I'm too sensitive.
You get spooked. You get a wee bit spookied. Looking for mommy, eh?
It's like when I go to a haunted house attraction, I better fucking die if I'm paying $70. Yeah, dude. Ew, some of those like weird haunted houses where you have to pay a shit ton of money to go in, and then they don't they throw up into your mouth or something? I don't think I could handle that shit. You end up getting some type of weird disease from their body. Started crying first 20 minutes of Conjuring 2. Yeah, what do you feel? Does it just feel like it's real or something? Okuyasu Nijimura with the 5 says, witnessing the chimp scene after seeing that on a whim opening night was fucking bananas experience. I actually liked Nope a lot. Great OST as well. Oh, yeah. I guess I had so many qualms with just like the story itself, such as the chimp part. Mainly just because it was like, how the fuck did the chimp somehow manage to kill everybody? It wasn't even like mutated or anything. It's just like everybody just like hung around and allowed themselves to get like ripped to pieces. You know what I mean? I feel like once like one person gets attacked by a chimp, like worst case scenario, they just lose a face or an ear or something like that, while everybody else just like beats the shit out of it. And then same with like the shoe. What was the shoe floating there for? And someone said that's like a metaphor for like waiting for the shoe to drop, but I'm like, yeah, once again, metaphors are cool if they also have like some type of grounding in like the story making sense, you know? It's like, was the alien there that day? Was it... I don't know. Nothing makes any fucking sense anymore with their shitty movies. Well, I just remember there was like a last... okay, before... So the guy who ended up having the experience with the chimp as a child actor, hiding under the table, and the chimp didn't fully look him in the eyes because he like was under there. Before the chimp came to him to find him, there was for some reason like a dude in the audience that like the chimp like eventually, after murdering everybody else in a bloody heap, went up to him in the audience to like get him. I'm like, was he not trying to get away while everybody else was being mauled? Like, why was he... I don't know. They just made it seem like he was some type of Resident Evil creature that was killing everything, and I'm just like, has no one interacted with a fucking monkey before? And then the fact that it was like CGI, I'm just like, oh my god. I don't think too much about it. Yeah, but that's why movies are not good. People don't think too much about it, and then it just like... I think maybe they write the movies high as fuck and think it sounds cool, and then like everybody else gets high as fuck and goes and sees the movie and just like it's a thing. And I'm like, aren't we supposed to be getting better at making entertainment as time goes on? Healthy obsession with let's read live comment section. That's fair, I guess. Like you're in the movie. Well, that's pretty cool then. I just like Jean Jacket as a creature. It was an interesting creature for sure. I mean, like the idea of a creature that's sort of like a jellyfish thing that exists, uses the clouds to hide, or like pretends to be a cloud and then absorbs people, and you think it's a UFO, but it's actually a creature. Like, that's a unique idea, but I don't know. There's just like so much more to it, I feel like, that just never really got expanded upon or made any sense. Free you of this curse. Yeah. Every time I watch a spooky movie now, I'll be crying and shitting my pants. We made a bunch of friends at Bognor Regis, other tourists from all over the world, like Detroit, Belgium, Turkey, Birmingham, all sorts. One fellow that we met, he said his name was Rishi, like the then Prime Minister, which we all found really funny. Rishi was a wild party animal, and it was with Rishi that we got so drunk one night that we found ourselves lost in the middle of the countryside, unsure how to get back to Bognor Regis. Me and the missus were both absolutely wrecked, and we lost track of Rishi altogether. Dang, dude, my throat's kind of getting fucked a little bit. That sounds weird, but you get the idea. I'm just like sore. Oh shit, one second. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Making it work. Holy fuck, Roki, thank you for $100 as I spent $120 on prime rib and took 3 hours to plan / prep out a complex, a nice dinner for me and my boyfriend, just for him to say he's tired to come over and I could just do the same at his place. I was gonna spread out donations, but I'm logging off now. Have a good night. Thank you, Roki. No worries, dude. I'm sorry that the date got interrupted there, but thank you. Very, very kind as always. And I hope you have a good rest of your night. I thought the stream went on again, but I was like, just my work this time. Oh, are you at work right now? We were out in the middle of nowhere, with no idea how we'd even managed to get there. I have a vague memory of riding in a van with Rishi and some other guys drinking cheap beer, but now me and the missus were walking along a country road in the dark, But now me and the missus were walking along a country road in the dark, singing God Save the Queen. Rest in peace, Liz. Eventually, we came across a 24-hour petrol station and a service station. There was a Costa Coffee, but it was closed, and a McDonald's staffed by a very bored-looking teenage boy. We bought some munchies and then wandered to the gas station to see if they had the number for a local taxi. We bought some munchies and then wandered to the gas station to see if they had the number for a local taxi firm or some type of ride. The guy at the counter directed us to a notice board, which was Spectrum Wi-Fi. Oh, damn. Yeah, my Wi-Fi is so unpredictable. It's so annoying. I don't even know. Also, did you guys see you have to update to like Windows 11? Are you guys already on Windows 11? And like if you do update to Windows 11, does it keep all your shit the same, or do you have to like reset everything? Because I'm a little bit nervous about that with like workflow and stuff. Your PC's dead. Damn. Yours stay the same? Okay. I'm out of the woods howling at the moon, big dog on my phone. Nice, bro. Use Crapple? Oh, interesting. You only have a phone. Well, that's smart, honestly. Everything's in there anyways. It is kind of crazy when you think about it, though, that like phones are like as expensive as like PCs nowadays. That's so weird. The guy at the counter directed us to a notice board, which we struggled to read in our drunken state, but eventually found a business card from someone offering taxi services 24 hours a day. I called it up on my mobile, and a very polite young woman answered. I told her where we were at. I told her where we were at, described the service station, and she said that she knew exactly where to send a driver. She told us to look out for a silver Ford and that our driver would be named Mears. Half an hour later, a car pulled into the petrol station lot and a shifty-looking bloke gestured us over. I asked if he was Mears, and he said, sure, why not? Now, looking back, I can't be sure if we got into the right car. It's hard to get it clear in my head whether I'm just remembering things wrong or whether we really were this careless with getting into a car with a stranger. Either way, Mears, or whoever this crooked bogan was, did not have our best interests at heart. It wasn't immediately obvious. We had no bloody clue where we were, so we had no bloody clue that Mears was driving us in the total opposite direction to Bognor Regis. And by now, my missus had passed out and was snoring against my shoulder. I tried to make conversation with Mears from the back seat, but he suddenly pretended that he couldn't speak English. Weird, I thought. He'd understood me perfectly earlier. Or maybe I'd been so drunk that I just sort of slurred nonsense at him and he just sort of gone along with it. When we pulled up to a stop, I knew that we definitely weren't in Bognor. Oh my fucking god. Bognor Regis. Bognor Regis. Had a molar extracted today, gonna crash. Catch you later. See ya, Pam. Sorry about the molar. Bognor Regis and Feldman. When we pulled up to a stop, I knew we definitely weren't in Bognor Regis. We were in the courtyard of some broken down, filthy farmhouse that looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. Still, I saw a chicken run across the dirt in the darkness and at least one goat peering at me eerily from beyond a fence. Lovely, I thought. Mears got out of the car and yelled something into the darkness. A dog began to bark furiously and a male voice called back. I peered through the front windscreen from the back seat, squinting into the darkness, and saw two fellas join Mears. Mears had left his window down and I could hear them, even though I don't think that he could hear. Mears had left his window down so I could hear them, even though I don't think he knew that I could hear them. Oh. That sounded weird. Mears had his window down so I could hear them, even though I don't think he knew that I could hear them. Fear gripped me as I realized what they were talking about. Mears was saying that we were rich American tourists. We're Australians, you wanker, I wanted to yell, and that nobody knew where we were, so they could just do us over and dump us in the acid vats out back. Bloody Nora, I thought. I didn't much fancy that either. And neither did one of the men, because he vehemently disagreed with Mears, slapping him around on the back of the head even. And at first I thought this meant Mears had been kidding around. But no. The other man said that they just wanted to do me in, but the missus should be handed over to Osama and his boys, and they'd know what to do with her. I swear on my old dad's grave, when I heard Osama, I thought that they were just larrikin. Wait, what? Larrikins? What the fuck is that? Osama bin Laden. This is where he was hiding the whole time. And Borges Regis. What the hell's Larkin? Larrikin? What is a larrikin? A larrikin is an Australian English term referring to a person who is mischievous, irreverent, or often disregards social conventions. Interesting. A larrikin. It's Larry, guys. It's freaking Larry. Evil Larry. I swear on my old dad's grave, when I heard Osama, I thought that they were just larrikins. But then Mears said something like, sure, maybe they'll hook us up with some of their fine, and then a derogatory term that implied that he was talking about very young women. Next, I saw the glint of steel as one of the men unsheathed some huge blade. Right, this could totally ruck off. Machetes, grooming gangs, a matey called Osama? Not bloody likely. Not for me and the missus. And I didn't even think. Drunk as an absolute skunk, I clambered into the front of the Ford Escort. The Lord God above must have been looking out for me that night, because Mears the moron had left his freaking keys in the ignition. And for a second, I thought I was going to have a classic horror movie moment where the engine would have ticked over and the car wouldn't start. But nah. Lucky. Yes, I hear you, Joe. I get so awkward with hugs. What? What did I say? I'm not awkward with hugs. I like hugs. Oh, sit there and hold you. You can't get away. I'll give you the best hug you ever had. Where you going? Smell my stink. Oh, I'm farting now. For a second, I thought I was going to have a classic horror movie moment where the engine wouldn't take over and the car wouldn't start. But nah. Luck was on my side. I gunned the engine and drove straight forward, even clipping Mears in the leg as he dived out of the way. Somehow, despite being a terrible driver even when sober, I managed to pull off a perfect U-turn and then send the car squealing, crashing out of the gate of the farmyard and onto the darkened country roads. I pushed that battered old Ford Escort to its absolute peak, breaking the speed limit for a good 20 minutes, hoping and praying that I'd encountered the law so they could pull me over and I could tell them everything. Eventually, I remembered the missus in the back. Where my hug at? Pam, thank you for the two poos. Not really a scary movie, but a great movie. As girls with all the gifts reminded me a lot of The Last of Us. Interesting. I love being hugged. Squish me, lay on top of me. I'm the opposite of claustrophobic. Pack me into a tin can. I don't care. That's awesome. Turn me into a little smush ball and put me in your cheek like a Zin. Eventually, I remembered the missus in the back. The lucky bird had slept through the entire thing and only now just started stirring, muttering and asking where we were and then telling me to slow down. Eventually, we found our way to a little village which had a 24-hour Tesco. Both our phones had run out of battery at some point in the night, so we went inside, and I told the poor old dear on the checkout that we'd almost been kidnapped by a grooming gang, and we could possibly... What the fuck happened? In the can you go. Here I am in my sardine can, waiting to be uncanned and turned into a tuna salad. Good night, Joe. Hope you have a good rest of your night, bro. I'll see you in the next one. See you, Nate. Take care, dude. Only way we touch is through combat. I remember there was a guy at my work whenever I was a Norse, and he was gay, and he had actually left his wife and kid to go be gay. It was a new job opportunity for him, and I asked him what it was like to be gay and all that kind of stuff, and and the desire to go be with men instead of what he was already having. He was like, I just knew my whole life that this is what I was, but I just avoided it forever. And I'm like, oh, okay, what do you prefer separate, from what you experienced with your wife, now being with men? And he was like, it's just more, and this is a quote directly from him, he's just like, it's just more manly, And I'm like, what? What do you mean it's more manly? And he's like, it's just more manly. It's rough and tumble. It's there's fucking bristly hair, and I was like, okay, it's like wrestling practice, I guess, or it is kind of combative. It sounds like it's combative, and I'm like, maybe that's why the Spartans all fought nude next to each other, and that's what we truly long for in the past. Strass outdoors with the 10. Thank you, Strass. And that's true. Yeah, there really is nothing more masculine than two dudes absolutely becoming one being, one ball of flesh, one ball of poop. Both our phones had run out of battery at some point in the night, so we went inside, and I told the poor old dear on the checkout that we'd almost been kidnapped by a grooming gang and could possibly... God damn it. Both our phones had run out of battery at some point in the night, so we went inside, and I told the poor old dear on the checkout that we'd almost been kidnapped by a grooming gang and could we possibly borrow the phone. I'd sobered up quite a bit by now, and I imagined I was still a total mess, and the missus was still rat-arsed. Now, long story short, the cops came, they searched some farmhouses in the area that could match the description I gave, but they didn't find anyone. And the car that we'd acquired had stolen plates and had been reported stolen a few years before. The cops impounded it, and for all I know, it's still in some impound lot today. The name's... Sacred Band of Thebes, ancient military band that was in pairs of male lovers. Exactly. Let's bring it back. Then we can die for Pakistan. The cops impounded it, and for all I know, it's still in some impound lot today. The name Mears was apparently the name of a local taxi driver and had not been the guy whose car we'd gotten into. They were able to verify that the real Mears... They were able to verify that the real Mears showed up at the petrol station shortly after we got into the wrong Ford. The cops did confirm one chilling fact, though. Osama was the first name of a suspect in a grooming gang case in the area. Unfortunately, our testimony didn't really help anything with that case, but I hope to God they got him. Me and the missus got off pretty lightly as told, and oh my god, I suck at reading, holy crap. Me and the missus got off pretty lightly, all told. I still have friends who to this day insist that I got so drunk I imagined this whole thing, but I have copies of the police reports as a souvenir from our time in Bognor Regis to prove it, and I can only wish total ill will upon the men who intended to kill us, especially fake Mears. I hope it hurt when I hit you with your own car, and if you ever come to Australia, I'll happily feed you to a kangaroo, you tosser. You absolute tosser. Oh, man. We're cruising, we're sploozing. Kangaroo Tosser. The newest Saturn Soul episode is my favorite one so far. Oh, nice. Thank you. Narrator. Yeah, which reminds me, I definitely got to promo it before tomorrow's video. Back in the 2000s, I went on a girls' trip to Crete. Is this how you say it? Crete? In Greece? Right? Greece, Crete. Secrete. Yes, okay. Sea of Crete. Sea of Concrete. Kama Sutra UFC style. UFC style. I'll look it up later. Back in the 2000s, I went on a girls' trip to Crete. For the most part, it was absolutely awesome, especially for a history nerd like me. I loved exploring all the ruins, taking in the local history, and hanging out on the beach. And unlike at home, it was totally fine to sunbathe topless, so my pale ass didn't have to end up with an awful tan line like I usually did on vacation. In theory, anyway. Of course, I was actually way too shy to do that, but it was nice to know that I could have if I wanted to. I mention this because it's irrelevant that I'm kind of a wallflower. I don't really like being the center of attention or doing any wild things. I'm not a party girl, never have been. At the time of this vacation, I was just out of college and I'd still never even been drunk. I drank a glass of wine or two with dinner, but that was the extent of it. I was much more at home among the ancient stones of Greece than I was in the clubs, even if that was the main purpose of this holiday. I was the sensible one of the group, the designated driver, the sober Sally, and I was okay with this. I'd still go out on the town with the other girls, but I'd be the one to head back to the hotel by 10 p.m. and then awake to see the sunrise. Now all this to say, when I went to some Cretan ruins with one of my friends, Nora. Joel hates a tan line. There's no bigger turnoff than a fucking tan line. I feel like you're definitely an 80s baby, is that correct? I am born in the year 1990. Ish. I'm full of tan lines, yeah. It's like stretch marks. A nude beach would be really funny to go to, because all the people at the nude beaches are always like ugly as shit. I got an ad to join the Baltimore police and it's a big fat no for me. Yeah, fuck that, dude. A friend of mine actually was part of the Baltimore police, but I think it was like a surrounding area or something, like Germantown or something like that. And either way, he did not like it, and is no longer a police officer. Oh wait, I actually have another friend who's part of the Baltimore police as well. I won't say his name, but I know him through friends of friends, and it definitely seems pretty hellish. 1990s babies, hell yeah, dude. We are 35 years old, and we're babies. I'm just a 90s kid, a 35-year-old man. All this to say, when I went to some Cretan ruins with one of my friends, Nora, and we met a couple of local brothers who offered us something to drink, I made them swear on Zeus that it wasn't alcoholic. For one thing, it was early afternoon. For another, I wanted to keep a clear head on because I was planning on exploring some subterranean tunnels in the ruins, and they weren't entirely safe. We'd met the boys in the town the night before, and they had construction permits for the area which wasn't entirely open to the public. And they assured me that the bitter purple drink was a local recipe, a natural energy drink. Besieges me. Officer Anonymous, got it. No, I do. It's funny. I do know two people in the police. Well, the only one of them still active. But yeah, it sounds terrible. Just constantly having to deal with bullshit. Because I had quite a few friends that were from Maryland through other friends that I met here. Even near the Baltimore, there's like a Target in Baltimore. One of my friends talks about being a security guard there, and it just sounds horrendous. People always trying to fucking like shoplift and stuff, and then like yelling at you when you call them out for it. They assured me that the bitter purple drink was a local recipe, a natural energy drink made from dandelions and other plants. At any other time, I would not accept strange drinks from strange men, but we were also accompanied by the brothers' grandparents and a sweet and lovely old couple who also assured me that the drink was not alcoholic and would simply give me the energy and drive to explore the ruins. Obviously, it's clear from the setup that there was something wrong with the drink, but to this day I'm certain that the family didn't intend to... Obviously, it's clear from the setup that there was something wrong with the drink, but to this day I'm certain that the family didn't intend there to be anything wrong with it. They just didn't consider the fact that their beloved family recipe might require a bit of acclimatization. Acclimatization? Yo, Swimming Bird, what's up, dude? Acclimatization, did I say? Acclimatization. Acclimatization. Okay. Can you advertise your OnlyFans? No. Sorry. You have one? I would hate to know what it is. No, I'm just kidding. Let's just keep that private. A private OnlyFans that I made for myself. If you ever want to see how useless gun laws are, spend a weekend in Baltimore. Yeah, for sure. That's we've talked about that before. How like every city has like specific gun laws that people want to enact everywhere, but it's like clearly no one gives a shit. They just didn't consider the fact that their beloved family recipe might... Oh my god. Acclimatization. They just didn't consider the fact that their beloved family recipe might require a bit of acclimatization for an American tourist who isn't used to drinking something that came... Datura? What the fuck is that? Datura. Hallucinogenic flower. Oh shit, that's cool. They just didn't consider the fact that their beloved family recipe might require a bit of acclimatization for an American tourist who isn't used to drinking something that contains datura. For those who don't know, datura is a somewhat poisonous plant that can be used as a recreational hallucinogen. Later, the family told me that they only used a pinch of datura as a pinch. One small pinch. Later, the family told me that they only used a pinch of datura in their drink to give it a kick, but I barely even drank wine, let alone hallucinogens or poison. On top of that, I was unknowingly suffering from mild sunstroke. I'd spent all morning in the sun at the ruins, and I'd mostly only been drinking this bitter dandelion and datura juice, so I was sunstruck and absolutely dehydrated. All of this was a recipe for disaster when I went down into the tunnels under the ruins, armed only with a flashlight, and decided that I could absolutely manage it alone. It didn't take long for me to start panicking. It was cooler underground, but there were strange sounds. Soon I'd lost sight of any natural sunlight and only had my flashlight to guide me. I started sensing something was wrong soon after that. Whirls and chips in the rock began to form words and pictures in the darkness. I paused for 5 entire minutes, reading some ancient writing on the wall that suddenly turned back into meaningless rock texture. And next, I was certain that I could feel hot animal breath on my neck. I spun around, and of course nothing was there. But somehow I got into my mind that the ghost of a Minotaur was down here with me, an invisible Minotaur ghost, and I began to run down the corridors, as if they had somehow... What the fuck? This guy's losing his fucking marbles, man. An American tourist might not be accustomed to. I don't know, they have acclimatized to, like, acclimated, essentially, is the phrase. This is pretty funny, though. Somehow, I got it into my mind that the ghost of a Minotaur was down here with me, an invisible Minotaur ghost, and I began to run down the corridors, as if that would somehow help if it was in fact a ghost. I ended up just getting myself more lost and then heard scraping and the skittering of small stones. I shone my flashlight down the corridor, and a small Minotaur with a hairy face was standing there. At least, that's what I saw as in my... At least, that's what I saw him... At least, that's what I saw him as in my sunstroke-addled datura brain state. The Minotaur began to advance towards me, snorting and growling at me. A voice in the back of my mind was telling me that I was hallucinating. I couldn't possibly actually be seeing a Minotaur. It was an invisible ghost Minotaur after all. So I stood my ground and shone my flashlight at the creature and waited for it to pass through me and disappear. Instead, the Minotaur reached out and grabbed me. Stinking foul wine breath washed over me as the beast bore down on me. And for some reason, the Minotaur wore a filthy fisherman's coat and fishing pants too, and he had gumboots on and a beard and a knitted cap and was also an old man. Yeah, this wasn't a Minotaur. It was a hobo lurking around in the ruins, and now he had his hands on me. My head was spinning, and colors were flashing around the tunnel like I was in a magic abyss. The hobo... Oh my god. Chat, is this real? Chat, this sounds like the realest of the real. Who here seen the Minotaur? Say yeah. Remember Paul Frank? Who's that? Is he like RuPaul Frank? Frank's Red Hots? Where can we be more stupid and less disruptive? What do you mean? What are you talking about? You can be anywhere. Anywhere you want. The hobo Minotaur clacked his teeth at me and slobbered down his beard, and I felt him grabbing at the waistband of my pants. Hell no, buddy. I raised the flashlight up over my head and brought it down on his forehead with a crack. This caused this hobo Minotaur to howl in enraged pain and let go of me, but it also caused the flashlight's beam to weaken quite considerably. I shoved the hobo roughly against a wall and ran past him, trying to follow the route that I was sure that I'd taken. And it was a chase sequence worthy of an actual slasher movie, not least because the hobo managed to grab me a couple of times and tear my shirt a bit. Thankfully, nothing revealing, and I would have been mortified, as we've already established. It was just enough to make me look kind of badass when I came running out of the tunnels, screaming that I was being chased by a freaking Minotaur. And holy crap, someone call Olympus because there was an actual monster after me. Nora grabbed me and shook me and asked me what was really wrong. Nora had been drinking the Datora drink too, but didn't seem to be affected by it the way I was, maybe because she was used to alcohol and also didn't have sunstroke. She was stroking it. When am I gonna take it on the road? I don't know, man. I don't know. I know a lot of people say just like take your microphone, take a laptop, get it all going, record from inside here, edit from inside there. I'm not much of a traveler. Like, I like to travel if it's with people, but for maybe a short period of time, but I don't really have like some crazy wanderlust, you know? I enjoy checking out the places when I get there, but I also am like really prone to shitty sleep while I travel, getting sick, and just generally being ready to get the fuck home. I mean, I am kind of a homebody, but I basically just wait for other people to ask me to go do something, and then I go do it with them. Which kind of sucks because it means I lack a lot of creativity when it comes to like just my own existence. But I don't know. I guess it would be fun to just go to different shows and shit, but then at the same time, like, would I just end up being nocturnal there as well? Yeah, I should hitchhike. I should just stick my wiener out and tell people to pick me up. Nora had been drinking the Datora drink too, but didn't seem to be affected by it in the same way I was, maybe because she was used to alcohol and also didn't have sunstroke. I tried to explain that there was a beast, but then the hobo came charging out of the tunnels screaming and yelling. Later, our Greek friends wouldn't translate exactly what he'd said, but told me that it was obscene. The hobo rushed at me and grabbed me, throwing me to the ground and flipping me over. Nora punched him and I kicked, squabbling backwards away from him as he reeled back. The Greek guys we were with came running over, and one of them grabbed the hobo and threw him backwards. He stumbled across the area, hitting a pillar hard with his arm. Some debris dislodged from the top of the pillar and fell straight onto his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. I heard an absolute sickening crunch of bone as the rock pinned him down, and for a moment, I almost felt bad for him, until I remembered what he'd clearly been trying to do to me in those tunnels. The elderly couple told the grandsons to take us back to our hotel, and that they'd call the cops and get the hobo arrested for trespassing. They said it was better that we didn't let them know that we'd been in the ruins because we weren't strictly supposed to be there, and the Greek police can be a bit volatile. As much I did it... Damn. Did it? Sometimes it just be glitching. As much as did it... Spits out bones. Oh God. Oh God. Hawktua. I have a disorder of the cosmic muscles to lock up and spasm periodically. I've been feeling an episode coming for over an hour. Pray for me. It's annoying and uncomfortable. Yeah, I know what you mean. I always get that way when I have like... What? Yeah, when I eat like dates. Did you ever have dates before? What's in dates that causes cramps? Security, welcome back for 32 months. That feel when you realize Joel is still on the reduced sleep. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you for 32 months, my friend. Good to see you. Oh, the potassium, that's right. Rich in potassium, fiber-loaded, sorbitol content. I don't think so, but maybe it's the potassium, just an overabundance of potassium. How do you counter the potassium? I eat my dates. I swallow them whole. Increase sodium intake. Sodium and potassium work together to regulate muscle contraction and nerve signaling. If potassium is high but sodium is low, you can get muscle cramping or weakness. Drink an electrolyte drink like Liquid IV, LMNT, Pedialyte. Have a salty snack, pretzel, salted nuts, broth. Add a pinch of salt to your water, especially if you've been sweating or fasting. Maybe that'll help you, Galactic, if you're still here. Maybe a little bit of salt. It's called dystonia. I don't think it's the dates, but I still will stay. Maybe a little bit of sodium intake could help to alleviate it or something. I don't know. Because it could just be like a chronic, like, electrolyte issue. If your concubine birthed octuplets, would you train them to ool? To ool? Oh, pull my sled. Yeah, they would carry me everywhere we go. They would be my personal bodyguards. It's an actual disease. Oh, okay. Well, okay, let's get to the bottom of that. What's the cause of dystonia? Dystopian dystonia. Primarily idiopathic, often genetic or unknown origin. The brain's motor control network, especially the basal ganglia, has abnormal signaling. Certain gene mutations are known to cause or predispose to dystonia. DYT1 mutation. Okay, we're going to have to eat some type of something that'll change your genetics. How do you feel about being put into the CRISPR machine? Brain dystopia. That said, it was better that we didn't let them know we'd be in the ruins because... That said, it was better that we didn't let them know that we'd been in the ruins because we weren't strictly supposed to be there, and the Greek police can be a bit volatile. As much as I didn't want the hobo to get away with assaulting me, I was still very dizzy and confused from whatever was affecting me, and also judging from the state of the hobo and his crushed arm, he wouldn't be trying to assault anyone else anytime soon. I slept off the heat exhaustion and datura poisoning, and the next day we had a conversation with these Greek brothers in which we worked out that the datura in the cocktail was the likely culprit for my hallucinations, if you haven't already figured it out. And in some ways, I think their strange concoction actually helped. It gave me the energy to fight back against this hobo and escape through the tunnels, and maybe if I'd been faced with the dark reality of the situation down in those ruins, I might have fallen apart and been unable to escape. On the other hand, maybe if I wasn't high on datura and having a heat problem, actually had heat stroke, I might not have gone into a labyrinth alone in the first place. But really, who can say? What's up, Derek? Stamy? Oh, man. Do I have a skin routine? Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's just like get in the shower, use the same bar of soap that I used to wash my ass and nuts, and have glistening skin just like Frodo Baggins and Steve Urkel. No. What do I use? I use, what the hell do I use? I use like a cleanser in the shower, and then after I get out I have like water-based gel lube shit to like moisturize my face. Yeah, it's pretty much the same routine as Christian Bale. There is an illusion of Joel. Skin you can feel, touch, but I am simply not there. Love, welcome back for 2 months. I forgot to do this last month, but yay, thank you, Love. Welcome back. Get a good exfoliant and moisturizer. Yeah, I probably should use some degree of exfoliant. I need to go to like a professional and have them just smear their hands all over my face. Sam, welcome back for 2 months. I almost forgot it's my 6-month anniversary with you. Love you. Love you too, Sam. Thank you. That's weird. Yeah, sometimes it gets the timing wrong. I don't quite know why. I have 2 different loofahs, one mostly for the body and the other for parts I don't want to contact in my face. I see. Alright, how many stories we got left? I think we only got one more story left. And it says Canada, so anybody from Canada here, get ready. Oh, shit. Alright, I'm gonna go get some more tea, probably. Take my magnesium. Prepare for bed. Hey Joel, if when you ever game, you should join a no game 1, 2, 3, 4 hide and seek game. Just watch one of his videos and it's funny. What's that about? But I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I shall return here momentarily, and we will finish this last story. What do you say? What do you say, old chums? Nobody move or I'll eat all of you. Oh, that'd be kind of funny if you guys, like, whenever you go away, you could have some sort of interactive Ouija board for you guys to play with. Anyone looking for a new investment? Oregon property with 2 money-making businesses on it for sale. Any chance you would be cool to share a link for me, Joel? No, I don't really want to share property purchasing links. I know what you mean, but sorry. You don't sound anything like Tim Pool, but are you Tim Pool? Got the same beanie. Cool skateboard. Also, I put salt in my tea. Why did I do that? Tastes fucking terrible. Well, actually it doesn't taste too bad. It just tastes salty. Ouija skateboard. Yeah, that'd be actually sick. Yeah, that's why I put it in there, because I was like, maybe the salt will get to my throat instead of having to do like a really direct saltwater gargle of sorts. Are you guys all getting timed out? Were you bad while I was gone? Bad girls and boys doing bad stuff. How's fucking TikTok doing? Anybody having fun on there? I haven't been on there in years. I would never not recommend Tatcha Powder Cleanser. It's like a little bottle with a tiny opening, and you sprinkle some powder on the palm of your hand and then add a little water to it. What does it do? Lasts forever and it's amazing. Just like cleanses your system. You were binging my videos last night. Thanks, sleep. Every morning on the toilet as my wake up, but that's it. Not sponsored. You actually thought you found me reading on here? Here, I'll do it right now, I promise. It's a face cleanser. It's exfoliating but super gentle. Oh, okay, that could be good. I've got a story about Canada that I want to share with you. My family and I are from My family and I are from Kentucky. There's me, my wife Ellie, my 20-year-old daughter, my 15-year-old son, and my 9-year-old daughter. We go on vacation to Europe most years, but last year we decided to finally... We go on vacation to Europe most years, but last year we decided that it was finally time to get really exotic and head to Canada. We settled on a small village near the boreal forest. Boreal. It's about the boreals. Years ago I bought dried bird poop as an Asian cleanser. You added your water and palm, I swear. Jesus Christ, they just try anything, don't they? If you take the bird shit and you put it in your hand, you smear it on your face. Like, who's the first person to try that? Like, oh my god, bird shit is so good for my skin. Like the person who got like pooped on by a bird flying over top and they looked up and then they just like smeared it down their face and washed it off and they're like, I feel great. No more blackheads. Occasionally it's time to get really exotic. Like, boreal. Boreal. You exposed all the feet I've dropped through the years with your last sentence of video. Exposed all the feet? What are you talking about? Boreal. Oh yeah, Canadian. Boreal. Is it Boreal in Canada? Cinema, you said you're Canadian, right? Is it Boreal, do you know? Abaout? Abaout? Boreal? Boreal? What? I'm getting thrown. She lying. Why you always lying? Alright. How to say Boreal. You're from Canada. Did you write anything? Boreal. Oh, okay, it is Boreal. Alright. Joel, your last Saturnsville video was about feet being found. Oh, right. Sorry. Forgot. My bad. Yeah, the whole episode was a foot fetish episode. It's weird, though. Didn't they say they couldn't identify where the feet were coming from? Like, they had no idea whose feet they were? Which is so fucking weird. No cheating. You're supposed to just guess. It is funny to think, a lot of the times, I literally would just guess on, how to pronounce places until I found this website. Or, there's a website called How to Pronounce. Talk about the most dog shit worthless website ever. Because it just has a robot voice that doesn't get it correct ever, at all, ever. It's just, weird to me why some websites even exist. You're in Canada. Michelle, do you know how to say the boreal forest? Is it boreal or is it boreal? We settled in a small village near the boreal forest and went about researching the perfect Airbnb to rent for a week of wilderness tranquility and enjoyment. My wife found the perfect place, very affordable too, and we booked it. A few months later, I headed up to Merry Canada with the fam in tow. My son Elijah spent the entire journey playing on his Switch and wouldn't pay attention to the beautiful natural countryside, but my wife and daughters were awestruck, and so was I. I hadn't been to Canada in many years and was bringing back a lot of fond memories. We arrived at the Airbnb, a stunning woodland property just off. Yo, Ollie, what's up, dude? We arrived at the Airbnb, a stunning woodland property just off from the nearby village. The key was meant to be inside a sort of digital lockbox. God damn it. The key was meant to be just inside this digital lockbox attached to the front of the house, but as we pulled up and got out, it was pretty clear that the box was hanging open. Great start. I tried the front door and it was locked, of course. Well, no problem. Thankfully, there was cell reception at the property, so I called up the number that we had for the owners, but no answer. Great again. Seconds later, we heard footsteps crunching under the driveway. An elderly couple waved to us and asked if we'd been calling to them. Oops. An elderly couple waved to us and asked if we'd been calling them. They introduced themselves as the owners of the property and apologized if they were running late. They had the key with them and they could let us right on in. They were an odd-looking pair, I guess. The husband introduced himself as an ex-cop in his 70s, and he reminded me of one of the sort of Weeble toys from when I was a kid. Weeble wobbles, but won't fall down, you know the ones? He was utterly hairless, just sort of this shiny, bald, and free... And he was completely hairless, sort of like shiny, bald, and free of eyebrows, but he had a huge, bushy beard that I kept staring at because I wasn't sure... God damn it. Last night I re-listened to my favorite episode on Spotify toward the second half and discovered I slept through some damn good stories. Yeah, you can't miss out. You gotta get every morsel. He was completely hairless, like shiny, bald, and free of eyebrows, but he had a huge bushy beard that I kept staring at because I was certain it was a wig. It's that what you'd call a fake beard. What the fuck is... I don't understand what they're saying. Is that what you call a fake beard? To this day, I don't even know. And the icing on the cake was his name. He said his name was Gerald Garibaldi. And I began to laugh when he said this, but my wife kind of elbowed me, and Gerald Garibaldi looked slightly excited, as if he had no idea what the joke was. And the wife introduced herself as Maureen Garibaldi. And the wife introduced herself as Maureen Garibaldi, and the hair on her face wasn't a wig. It was unfortunate, but Maureen Garibaldi had a few thick whiskers sprouting from her chin, and a very prominent female mustache that looked like it hadn't been waxed since pretty much ever. Not that she had any obligation to actually wax, of course, but needless to say that they were a very odd-looking couple. My eldest, Cindy, and Elliot were elbowing each other, sort of whispering and laughing, and it was all I could do to keep a straight face when my youngest, Amy, kept asking what was so funny. Maureen was in her 60s and wore a flowery summer dress that was kind of obscenely short. She had long white socks on and those black shiny shoes that honest-to-God schoolgirls wear, and I'm ashamed to say that the pair of them kind of unsettled me. Gerald and Maureen Garibaldi. Female mustachios. Man, I shouldn't have put salt in this shit, bro. Like, Garibaldi. Gerald and Maureen Garibaldi leds us. God damn it. You do really good voice impressions too. Thanks, dude. Gerald and Maureen Garibaldi led us into the house and then very kindly gave us a tour that somehow managed to last nearly 2 hours. Then, they very kindly helped us bring our luggage in from the car, and then kindly helped us unpack the kitchen things and food and other essentials, and then kindly sat there like eager puppies, clearly waiting for us to invite them to stay for dinner. It was the first night of our freaking vacation, though, and I really didn't want those weirdos encroaching on our family time, but hey, what could I do? They were very kind. And that phrase became a running joke because the Garibaldis continuously told us that we were very kind for this and that thing. Over dinner, Gerald Garibaldi talked and talked and talked, and the rest of us could just do nothing but listen. And the crazy thing is, I couldn't really tell... you what he talked about. He just rambled about nothing and everything. Politics, movies, music, Donald Trump, Angela Merkel, cancel culture, the youth of today, animated violence, and those damn video games. All sorts of stuff. But I could not tell you a single thing he actually said or a single opinion he actually had. It was like the man was just talking total gibberish, just saying snippets of things that made some sense or could pertain to... It was like the man was talking total gibberish, just saying snippets of things that made some sense or could pertain to something, but just didn't really fit together in any cohesive manner. And at one point he was talking about how Trump was the worst thing to happen to the country in years, but then 5 seconds later he was calling him the greatest damn president the country's ever seen. He kept bringing up Angela Merkel, too, saying what an ugly troll she was, and Ellie and I found... He kept bringing up Angela Merkel, too, saying what an ugly troll she was, and Ellie and I fought to keep a straight face because I swear up and down Maureen Garibaldi could have been Angela Merkel's long-lost twin, separated at birth. Imagine Angela Merkel dressed like a Lolita in... Now imagine Angela Merkel dressed like a Lolita, I was told, and Diva's apologies for the image. But that was Maureen Garibaldi, and don't ask me how I know any of that stuff. They were honestly like something from that weird show on TLC. I genuinely wanted to look around for hidden cameras. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Surely we were being pranked. Unfortunately, things didn't stay comical for very long. And after dinner, the Garibaldis made themselves comfortable in the den and turned on the TV. I took Ellie into the other room and, god fucking damn it, I cannot make it through a fucking sentence, man. Hey, thanks, Mike. I could use a Snickers right about meow. Acknowledge you and say goodnight. Goodnight, tea time. Say please. Bears. So what's the NFL season looking like this year? Do the Bears still suck? What's up, Rex? Who's playing Rematch? I never heard of Rematch. Oh, the rambling dude needs a Snickers. Yeah, he's having a demented fit. Oh, Bears are good. Interesting. The Chiefs do. Are the Chiefs going to suck? I have a feeling that it's kind of impossible for them to suck, seeing as they get so much preferential treatment, but also they're, a pretty good team. After dinner, the Garibaldis made themselves comfortable in the living room and turned the TV on. I took Ellie into the other room and asked her what the hell we were going to do. Amy was almost crying because she wanted to play board games, and Elliot and Cindy had already left to explore the outskirts of the forest before the sun had fully set. In the end, I had to very politely ask the Garibaldis if they would mind leaving for the night and letting us settle in. I expected them to display that Canadian embarrassment and a sort of aw shucks energy, but instead, Gerald Garibaldi decided to square up to me. He pushed me in the chest and accused me of being an ungrateful guest. They had allowed us in their abode, after all, and how dare we simply ask them to leave? What right did I? We stopped watching football long ago. No worries. Even YouTube has a Saturn soul emoji. Exactly. Oh, man. I need that monkey focus music. Good point. Thanks, Zane. No, I'm good. I did sleep really well today. I just losing my sugar juice in my brain. And I recorded half an episode of Twist of History before this too. They had allowed us into their abode, after all, and how dare we simply ask them to leave? What right did I have to try and throw a man out of his own home, especially after dinner? It started to dawn on me that these freaks did not realize how Airbnb was supposed to work. I mean, surely they realized that they were meant to leave the house while we stayed in it. And I gently tried to ask this, and they acted furious. Again, I almost thought that we were being pranked. Maybe this was one of those dumb YouTube things. But then Maureen began outright howling and crying and accusing us of being home invaders. I could not believe what I was hearing. When she threw some pretty vile slurs at Ellie, that's when I knew that this was definitely not a joke. I drew the line there. This had been funny for an evening, but it was beginning to ruin our much-needed vacation. And moreover, they were upsetting Amy, and nobody speaks to my wife like that. I have no idea, but demand that this couple leave their own property or I'd call the police. I wasn't even sure if this could fly legally, but what choice did I have? I could put a complaint into Airbnb the next day, and if we had to find a nice hotel in the village, then... It does sound like funeral music. This sounds like funeral music, really? I don't pick up on that at all. I'm locked in, baby. I didn't realize how cool that background is, honestly. It's like being in a terrarium. It's giving midsummer. You like it? Okay, good. I could put a complaint to Airbnb the next day, and if we had to find I could put a complaint in the Airbnb the next day, and if we had to find a nice hotel in the town over, then that would suck, but so be it. Surprisingly, the Garibaldis seemed terrified at the idea of me calling the cops. They heaved their considerable bulks off the couch and stormed out. Now I watched them leave, stamping their way around the outside of the house and into the forest. Now minutes later, Elliot came back in. I filled him in on what he'd missed and told him that the Garibaldis were unhinged and not to let them in if they came back. Elliot agreed and then asked where Cindy was. My heart sank. I thought she'd been with him. Elliot said that she had been and that she'd headed back to the house ahead of him. Elliot said she had Ben Kenobi. The music is making you anxious, really? It's supposed to calm you down. I am your Faja. Hey, see ya, Boof. Is the music really that uncomfortable? I thought she'd been with him. Elliot said she had been, but that she'd headed back to the house ahead of him because she needed to use the bathroom. Ellie was upstairs putting Amy to bed, so Elliot and I rushed outside to try and find Sydney. Cindy. Jesus. Ellie was upstairs putting Amy to bed, so Elliot and I rushed outside to try and find Cindy. It's spelled so fucking weird. Elliot was upstairs putting Amy to bed, so Elliot and I rushed outside to try and find Cindy. Dude, I can't... Jesus fucking Christ, why is it spelled like that? It's like out of order. Ellie was upstairs putting Amy to bed, so Elliot and I rushed outside to try and find Cindy. No, it's... What the fuck is this name? Cindy. Why is it spelled like that? Cindy. Jesus Christ. It's like all the letters just like mixed in a different order. That's so weird. Elliot was upstairs putting Amy to bed, so... No, Eli. What the fuck? Ellie. Jesus Christ. Ellie was upstairs putting Amy to bed, so Elliot and I rushed outside to try and find Cindy. She was in a clearing with the Garibaldis. As I approached, I saw that Maureen was holding a damn shovel. As I got closer, I could hear what Gerald was saying. He was trying to persuade He was trying to persuade my 20-year-old daughter to come back with them to their house and have some sexy times with them. Cindy, who hadn't been present during the blow-up, was doing her best to be nice and not offend them, and I'm so proud of her for that. She was clearly worried about the shovel Maureen was holding, though, despite not knowing how volatile and weird this couple really was. I snuck out behind Maureen and grabbed the shovel from her hands. I told Cindy to get behind me, and that she didn't have to put up with this crap from these utter freaks. Maureen screamed at me, telling me that my family wasn't safe, and that they booby-trapped the house, and that there was a carbon monoxide leak that would poison us all in our sleep, and that they'd rigged the house to kill us. It was absolutely insane. I had no idea what we could do. There was no way that we could stay overnight in that house when the owners were this nuts. And for the moment, I told Cindy... Dude, the way that's spelled is like fucking with my brain. It makes me want to say Sydney so bad. Yeah, they Home Aloned it. For the moment, I told Cindy. To take Elliot back into the house. Then I kind of threatened the Garibaldis with a shovel, making sure they backed off and left the property. Once I was sure they waddled far enough away, I went back into the house. Inside, Ellie met me with some incredibly bizarre news. While I'd been out there dealing with the Garibaldis, she'd received a phone call on the Airbnb's landline. It was the owners, asking if we'd arrived okay and calling to wish us a pleasant stay. Of course, Ellie had told them that we'd spent an evening with the supposed owners, and my wife described the couple who'd intruded on our Canadian vacation. The actual owners, the McAvoys, told us to keep the door locked and that they'd be over with law enforcement shortly. Now, sure enough, 10 minutes later, a station wagon and a police cruiser pulled into the driveway, and that's how we met the real and very lovely owners of that Airbnb. There's a simple, if crazy, explanation for what had happened. The Garibaldis, which was not their real name, of course, were the neighbors of the McAvoys who'd been enraged on a land boundary dispute with them for years. They'd always been quietly resentful of the McAvoys, and always been an annoying but minor thorn in their side. When the McAvoys bought a second property on the other side of the Garibaldis' land, it all became too much for them, and they decided to try and sabotage the McAvoys' attempts at earning income through Airbnb by masquerading as the owners, the lunatic Garibaldis, to scare away any guests. Turns out, we were the first guests, and the Garibaldis' bizarre, grudge-driven plan almost worked. The utter weirdos had even managed to spy on the McAvoys to see the keypad code for the electronic lock and help themselves to the key. Unfortunately, that was the only real crime they'd committed, and even then it was their word against the McAvoys that they hadn't actually been told the key code. However, the Garibaldis, whose real names I won't use just in case, were known as menaces and troublemakers to local law enforcement, who were only too happy to put the scares on them enough that we had a mostly peaceful stay for the rest of our vacation. Which, I will add, the McAvoys gave us a severe discount on, meaning that for the most part, we got to spend a beautiful, tranquil vacation on the outskirts of the boreal forest, for half the normal asking price. I say for the most part because there was one final scary incident before we left. On the day we were packing up to head out, after having had such a great time, I was downstairs with Sydney. Motherfucker. God. It's so insane. It's so insane how it's spelled. It's like just like peeling open some sort of internal dyslexia that I've never had in my entire life until I've looked at that name. What's up, Ethan? On the days we were packing up to head out, after having a great time, I was downstairs with Cindy. Dude, holy fucking Christ. Like, why? Look how this is spelled. This looks like it's like alien language to my brain. It's like not that big a deal at all when you look at it. But like, it's just like my brain wants to like take all those letters and scramble them up. Like, what the fuck? It just doesn't seem right. It's just not right. It's just not right. On the day we were packing up to head out, after having had a great time, I was downstairs with Cindy packing up the kitchen. We heard a crash from the living room and ran next door to see that a stone had been hurled through the windows, smeared with what I can only hope was mud. We rushed outside to see a fat figure disappearing into the trees. I let the McAvoys know and they informed the cops. I really hope for the sake that they I let the McAvoys know and they informed the cops. I really hope for their sake that they installed some home security going forward. I do keep an eye on the Airbnb website to see if that property's ever been made available to vacationers again, and I've not seen it crop up since. It could be that the McAvoys decided that it wasn't worth trying to combat the Garibaldis, or it could just be that they're not renting through Airbnb anymore. Either way, I wish the McAvoys... This is Halo 3 ODST City ambience. Some would argue that it's the best Halo. Either way, I wish the McAvoys all the best. As for the bizarre, creepy couple, if you've ever come near my family again, I'll show you us US folk aren't quite as forgiving as our Canadian cousins. This music isn't too creepy. I guess we gotta turn it up then. Wait, we'll get to like the flood maybe. Let's find a flood. Is the flood even in this game? Probably not. Here we go. This is mysterious and curious. Jungle Beat, holler at me. Oh my god. That tea is strong. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a Halo ODST beast. Welcome back, Mira. Oh, this part's sick. With that saxophone? What the shit? You guys hear this shit? This is beautiful. It sounds like it's being literally played in the streets of New Mumbai or whatever they're at. Kenny G shit, yeah. Did you beat ODST on Legendary? Yeah, it was easy. Easy peasy. Alright. Let's read the outro. Get you guys out of here. What should we say that's funny on the exit? Hello Kitty underwater music. Hello Kitty underwater music. What the fuck was that? Was that you guys? Floating water meditation music for sleep and relaxation. This isn't right. This is it. It's Hello Kitty for babies. Holy Christ. Is Hello Kitty for babies? I thought it was for like grown adult Asian women. Swamp Mallow Jam. Oh God. Here comes Hello Kitty and her friends. They're gonna find out that we've been pissing and shitting in the pond. Oh no! Whatever do we do? I've got a plan. How about we kill that fucking cat? No! No! You're monstrous! I don't care. I think he smells like crap. It's probably you. That might be true, but it doesn't matter, because he will be our meat that will beat. Hello Kitty is for babies. Alright, I'll do that. Jesus Christ. It is kind of cool to think like people just kind of like make music. Does your thought hurt too bad to give 5 big booms, booms? The salt's kicking in. The brain's starting to just fire off. I do wish I was better at freestyling. That's my greatest flaw in life. The fact that I get absolutely rolled by Eminem every go. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button here on YouTube to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, Hello Kitty is for babies. Alright. Good night, Pookie Dookies. It was good to see all of you once again. As always, I will get this up edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. Complete access. And then I'll get it up on YouTube. Same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. Be sure to follow my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live, or hit all the notifications on the bell. Appreciate you. Love you. Ever so kindly. What's behind my ears? What the fuck is that? It's a tick. It's 10 ticks. Attacked and wounded by Joel. It's okay to be a little bit of a baby. Away, baby. All right. Goodbye, guys. I will see you Sunday. Yeah, probably Sunday. And here's to 11 more years on YouTube. Bye-bye.